That's what I thought. I was scared. No, I'm at Elementary. Because when I started to call him Bill, and it's like, CBS.
Last night, I was at AJ's, and I walked some friends out. I was going to go back inside. And I heard this tiny voice, Mr. Bobby. I was like, I didn't even know. So I turned around and came back inside. And he's with us. I'm just going to miss that safety with him. That's safe. So he actually teaches us in the summer.
Tell me how to add this black magic device. I've got it plugged in.
Well, from her classroom. And I was her mom cleans the boats, so she's not taking it.
Right. Plus on sources. Video capture device. I'm seeing create new. Is that? Wait a minute, I'm getting it. I think I'm getting it here. Wait a minute. Black magic, WDM capture. Click on it. Come on. Do I have to configure the video? It's not seeing it yet.
I was the counselor.
It's seeing it, but it's not selecting it.
DC or state?
Shit. What are you doing? Are you up and streaming over there?
Because my friend from Alaska came and visited.
I'm sorry, I can't. What'd you say?
She said they had a couple of days where it was almost ending.
Okay. Okay.
That's my word. Yeah. Yesterday was the coldest day, or the coolest day it's been here in several weeks. And I think it was the first day in a couple of weeks that it was below 85.
Damn these pros.
Phase what?
Now apparently OBS is fucking frozen up.
Yeah. Last week, I think it was last Wednesday, I was leaving to go to lunch, and it was 89 with a near field of 101.
Restarting OBS.
That was the temperature in the rain. Crazy.
Oh, this computer is just hanging up like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
But you guys can turn it off on.
Yes.
Join the Academy streaming. Go over there.
Go to that live channel one.
They don't? Everybody's good. Yeah, it's fine.
Make sure that it's working.
Okay.
We're just gonna have to see it for a couple minutes later. Me and you are good with that.
I'm good. I do love your hair. Did you change it?
Huh?
Did you change your hair?
A little. I just put some highlights in there.
I like it. I've got to go. I go Friday. Thank the Lord. Yeah.
You were so. I
Oh
can't
no. We got some.
got
Mike,
some
yeah, some brown going. Some roots. Mike calls it because ombre. He saw. Did I tell you about the ombre thing? So there was a show. And he goes, "What's up with that lady's hair? Like maybe her husband needs to like get her hair done or something for her." Her husband was like, her husband needs to let her get her hair done or something like that. Or he was making a joke. And I said, "No, she did that on purpose. It's called an ombre." He's like, "What?"
He wasn't liking it.
He was not liking it. Yeah. So no, I just try to let my hair in the summer go and do, give it a rest. Because usually I do like every 6 weeks.
Well, my hairdresser, she would get Marion, if anybody else does my hair, that usually we're like, And so I'm scared to let her do my hair because she was being a silly. She's been mad at me. I'm just saying. And she's petty like that. And so I'm usually scared. But I was like, okay, it's been a good few weeks.
Right.
Maybe I'll slip in and get a haircut. She seems to be on it.
Good.
Happy mood.
Regulated.
Yeah, she's regulated. So anyway, we had a good time. We didn't argue the whole time. I was over there 2.5 hours.
Oh, you're so funny. That's so funny. Oh, goodness. I thought of you the other day because there's a store in Pensacola that I think you would like. It's called Duke and Stella. So it's over, just have to look it up. I don't know. It's off the Mobile Highway. But I've been following their Facebook page. My daughter-in-law's gone there. It's her friend, her husband's friend's wife. Like their other couple they're friends with that opened it and own it, and it looks awesome. Like, yeah, they have like yellow box sandals, which are like really nice. Yeah, cute stuff. And
We need some of that.
yes.
Make an announcement, or you think everybody's figured it out?
I would let them know, just so they know. And maybe they need to know that there's treats in there too, or snacks if they want something. And I mean, I think.
Tell y'all there's coffee and snacks in the
Oh,
back.
maybe you did say that. Sorry. No, sorry.
Is that you in the blue, or is that your blue sticky up there?
No, I didn't put a
No,
sticky.
that's not you. Somebody's
So.
than me.
No, I'm so excited. Ugh. So, did you see my post about my friend Ryan, America's Got Talent? He made it to the lives. He was the last act last night on America's Got Talent. He's from Indiana. Went to high school with him. He came to my 16th birthday party. He's so funny. Him and his best friend Jake. Anyway, after high school, Jake went to the military. Ryan just started his stand-up comedy, career. So I texted him last night. I said, "Sorry, the pro wrestling gig didn't work out, but I think you'll be okay."
Everybody knows now.
Yeah.
I've heard it from so many sources.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm not feeling bad for telling the show.
Yeah, no, she told me. I asked. I said, "Anything new?" And she told me. I thought I'd gauge to see if she'd say something. But she's not going to make a... No. So is your daughter excited for college? It's going to be fun. I'm going to let you take it away when we get to that part because you know so much about it. So let you kind of share that with the group. But yeah, you can show me. So
On there, I have
Right.
already pulled it up and minimized it.
Okay.
So it'll have the question set.
Okay.
And then when everyone we'll hand out these. When everyone has these, then you put this on, the camera goes on, and like whether they think it's A, B, C, D.
Oh, okay.
And they just hold it up.
And they hold the dance.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then the
I'm
answers
excited.
come.
I told her, I said, I feel like I missed the boat on this when I was a
Yeah.
teacher. Like,
And these, I mean, I ordered them, but you can print it on the website. It has a way that you can print and make your own as
cool.
well.
Is this pretty reasonable? Like money, investment-wise?
These were $20.
Oh, that's not bad.
No.
No.
But you can print
And how
your
many
own
do you
for
get?
free. 40.
Oh, so that's perfect for a classroom set.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious.
And then you can put in your class. So like I just made it's a demo class and everyone
Yeah.
has like a number.
Yeah.
But you can put in your rosters and then the kids have numbers that so then
So they're
you can
assigned
use
a
it as,
Plickers
in the same way,
card.
Like if you wanted to at the end of class see if everyone grasped the concept or not.
Yeah. I love that. That's awesome. I'm just excited to see how this works because I feel like I totally was like, I missed that somewhere because it's been around for a while, right? Yeah, I'm under a rock. I like
So
your
at
shirt.
8:46, I'm gonna start. 47.
I like how she wore that. Any more handouts for this?
I thought Paul had to be here for us to start. That's so cute. Where'd you get this?
I got this at
Summary.
Cato.
And
then I got these
Chico's,
cute-
but it's long, and I ain't want a short.
Yeah, I want a little short
Too
one.
short to wear. I think you might be tall enough.
Yeah, I bought a couple like boyfriend blazers for school. I need to go. I ordered them online. I need to go pick them up at Kohl's because I kept like, do I want them? Do I not?
Alright, I'm gonna wait on the text. Because Deb said he still doesn't have it.
Well, at least then I know that if we get started a little later, at least I will go to noon. Because I'm worried. I'm like, I mean,
I thought you were worried the opposite way.
no, I am worried the opposite way. But then you know how you get talking, and sometimes you know.
Yeah, and so where's the handout, the extra?
Um,
I did have two.
I think we. No, these are my things. I got them.
So,
No, I'm worried the opposite way, but I'm also worried the. At least I know tomorrow with the activities, we're going to do 20 to 30 minutes for each of those.
run over a tiny bit. Tomorrow, we'll just make the model classrooms a few minutes shorter in the afternoon and still give them their hour lunch. What I was hoping is I could review the breakouts today at 12 and Judy's going to be here and we'll do the pull everywhere activity.
Oh, okay. And then 12:30 to
I'll
1.
get about maybe at 12:15, so they'll really be back at 10:30.
Okay.
So if you got out a few minutes early, we'll just do the pull everywhere. And then I'll start introducing and we'll still let them out early for lunch.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Now, I mean, this is what I got to have to cover this morning. I mean, my PowerPoint's over 100 slides.
Today,
No, like the whole thing. No, but today, just alone, I think is half. I mean, I tried to do half and
so
half.
sorry about this. Tomorrow,
No, don't worry about it.
we'll figure out. We'll
No.
get Matt
Right.
one of these.
This is just, we really have to build the nest before we get to the nitty gritty. So.
Can you say testing 1, 2, 3 on the microphone?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hey. Okay. Hey, can you hear us?
make everybody happy. I want to make
getting
Did Deb say how many people are over there? Did Deb say how many people are over there?
They're full. She said everybody else has to stay here. She said they maybe pulled in extra chairs. We had 11 or 12 people that weren't registered show up.
How many did you set it for over there? 50? Set it for 50 over there?
But there's more than 50 of them.
There's 31 in here.
So 81 people showed up. We always have a good turnout.
We do.
And that's what I told Melody. I said, historically, I don't want to go. I said, historically, we only have 1 or 2 people. I mean, maybe 3 or 4 people that don't show up
All right.
each year. If I remember correctly, we don't have a big no-show rate.
Right.
There's not going to be a riot, but no day. This year, riot is like looking at what we can get. We have our smaller venues again next year. And then we got our That's it. It's pretty cool. It should be. Actually, they're getting good.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nothing I can be doing right now. We just have to.
You just have to wait.
To be, let's put it in perspective. We're only 30 minutes late.
That's
That's nothing for me and you.
Yeah. Here we go.
Okay, finally, only 35 minutes late. They said the sound is not great in the second room, and they want us to get going so they can work on it with us actually presenting. So welcome. I have already taken care of the restroom information. If you were late, it's down the hall and around to the left. The snacks are alcohol and to the right, and the room right behind us. Don't forget the silence zone. Let me get the thank yous out of the way because they probably are going to be happy to get some appreciation for all their work with the IT department. We only called them Monday and asked them if they could work on this live stream for us so that we could accommodate the increased registrations. So thank you, Paul and Haley, Aaron Mitchell, and Nessie Keith for that, and Mr. Sansom for like scrambling to find places for all of us here at OTC. Your snacks today are provided by card because I know some of you may not have read that far down on the update memo, and some people are still locked out of their email over the summer. So if you want to bring snacks to
While know that we typically have about 30 people or so registered for this in the summer, and it's always awesome. And we got to about 50 people, and we weren't panicked. We were going, okay, this is manageable. We can do 50 people, and then all of a sudden, whoo, it just took off like crazy. People were still calling yesterday to register, and as Tish has already mentioned, we kind of started panicking.
I call it right now.
Like on Friday, so the people who really have saved the day today and tomorrow for us are the IT department. Just call me, Haley's right back there. I know doesn't want us to put my hand at this. Yeah, I don't know how we would pull this off. Out of space. You guys have been around for a while now. We have a little space for training. So, Tish has worked hours upon hours upon hours. I can't thank Rochelle enough for being here. Many of you know Rochelle. She used to be our SEDNet coordinator in this region, and she's moved on to some other opportunities, and she was glad to come back and help us these 2 days because she is awesome. You're going to get so much out of what she shares over the next 2 days. And just all of our folks in the other rooms, we have Crystal Snyder, is Matt here?
Not yet.
Not yet, Matt will be here. So we just have an awesome team, and thank you for being here. I hope you're going to get a lot out of the next 2 days. I know you will. Thanks.
I also wanted to.
Are you going to?
You go ahead.
You want me? Okay.
I was going to do it.
Okay.
I wrote it down.
You wrote it down. Well, yes, me. I got nothing but this. So we have a director over the ESE department and the student services department, and it's Dr. Heather Willis Doxey. Heather Willis Doxey.
Too many names.
Yes, and too many children, by the way. She has 5 children. This is number 6. She's, as you can tell, she's not ready to.
8 days.
She won't be with us in the month of August, but she will be back. She's been here. She's got her feet wet. She's just rocking and rolling and has a lot of energy, and we couldn't be happier for her to be here. So I'm gonna let you share a little bit about your background, okay?
You've shared your calendar with him.
I tell him every day, I'm like, we have a lot to do, don't come yet.
About you're working the night
Oh,
before.
yes, I'll be working until the night before my C-section and then driving to Tallahassee on the evening of the 31st, having to do the morning of the 1st. Okay, well, guys.
When you have 6 kids, you have to have it all planned out. Like
Yes, 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 all right.
So, should have put that up earlier so you can chuckle about that. And that, I guess, was enough information for me not to mention the S word right now. So, we won't say anything else about that. And we have a nice little survey that we want to do with you guys, but we're not going to do it until the AT, whatever she, director, comes, program person, Judy Peacock, and we'll do it right before lunch. So again, just you have this slide, but if you have questions about anything, you need to reach out to anyone about what you've heard today. You've got the information here about who will be presenting. I also we will have Captain McLean, the new ESE instructional coach, come participate with the presentation this morning, and we're gonna. How many people know about clickers? Oh, I'm so excited. So only a few people. So I love clickers. I think it's a great way to get people involved. It decreases, because I'm all about like behavior and thinking about this behaviorally. It decreases the response effort, it increases engagement, and it gives you immediate feedback, which are all important. So I'm excited for you to get to do that at the end of today's lesson. Really quickly, because we started late, I'm going to breeze through this because you can read. So we're going to go until about 12 today. Then I'm going to quickly introduce what we're going to do after lunch, and if we can get you out. At least right now, I'm just shooting for on time for lunch. And then we'll come back and go directly to the breakouts. But right before you are released today, so in the live stream rooms, don't leave until you hear from me at the end of the presentation this morning. And I will tell you where all the breakouts will be, and that way you'll know where to go when you get back from lunch. Most of you have got back with me and signed up for 2 out of the 3 breakouts. That was just so I could decide which room everybody should be in. And I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a real disparity between the number of people in the breakouts. So don't be stressed. If you did not tell us what breakout, you can go to whatever breakouts you want to. Okay, and I'll pull this up when we go over it. And you also have tomorrow's schedule if you need any planning. It's in your handout if you have to plan for daycare or leaving or anything like that. And I'm going to take this up. But without further ado, Rochelle Wood. Thank you.
All right, yeah.
I'm going to move my little sticker down. I want to
Is there something special we need to do with the screen?
It's not.
It's not there. Hold on, let's see. When in doubt. That's a good sign. Okay, yay, there we go.
Do we have any extra?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm going to go see if I can get some of you looks over there.
Can you guys see this okay? Is that, all right, just want to make sure, because I know sometimes we've been in this room, we bring up some different lights and bring down the house lights, but if you guys can see this, then we're good. We're fine.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Does everyone have a pamphlet, like with the schedule on it? If you do not have a book, and I want you to pray, you might have
Take one and pass it off.
pass around a piece of paper that says I still need a book. Soon. And I'm
Yep.
going to run next door.
Take one and pass them all the way across. All right, real briefly before we get rocking and rolling, there are notes pages coming across the rows. So once it gets to the aisle, if we could toss it over to the other side, that would be great. I didn't count them out, so you might have to ask the row in front of you or behind you. if they have any extras. And we are good to go over in the other rooms, live stream rooms, correct? Tisha? We're good over there? They've gotten back with us, they can hear us, they've adjusted. Did you bring your whole room over?
My class, yes,
As
we
every-
never get sound. The other class has sound, it's just not that loud.
Oh, and I'm really loud. I'm like,
And then when we did have sound, our visual went out.
oh my word. No, I think that's a great idea. So I'm wondering, yes. And there's coffee and there's snacks. Snacks always help. There's chocolate. Chocolate fixes it. Hey guys, there's water and coffee and snacks right over here to the right because I know that chocolate does fix everything. So if you would like to go over there and get something, sorry that it's, yeah. All right, so we won't have that issue later. I'm like, why? We just have a break. I should just check it.
Are we supposed to go in here?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome. There's snacks down there and water and coffee. We're just taking a TV timeout since the TV's not working.
So do you have more chairs or no?
Yes, if you would like to just
There's
meet.
3 of us.
So if you want to meander,
Huh?
go through that hallway right there and go to your left. Go ahead and take a chair out of those
Bring them in
rooms.
here?
Welcome. Hey, you know what? We're just going to be flexible, right? It's the name of the game.
Sometimes you have to be just,
That's right. We just got to let the good times roll.
you got to be out of here by 3, so.
Yes. Yeah. No, we're good. We're good.
Can you read some for me?
Yes, I will.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Explain how to create a culture of safety in which everyone feels valued, important, and capable of learning. Describe the 4 areas of need: emotional, relational, physical, and control that drive student behaviors, and show how to meet these needs with interventions framed around the new 3 R's. Illustrate trauma-invested practices and action through real scenarios that identify students' unmet needs. Examine the situation from 5 stakeholder perspectives and suggest interventions to support students and their families. offer opportunities to challenge your beliefs and develop deeper and different ways of thinking about your role in your students' lives. No. Educators, I'm reading this. Educators have a unique opportunity to influence. Are we good? He's just going to let me keep reading. Will you do me a favor? Will you make sure that that back door opens? Like so, it's like an exit, yeah. Yep. Creating a culture of safety. Are we good?
Mr. Paul, you sure we're good? Here's your option. For those of you who came over, that's what it took, so thanks, for you to come over and take action. But if you want to go back, if you're more comfortable in your classroom or you like this time better over there, you can run back. But apparently both rooms are working. We're going to start back
Good,
up.
okay.
Can you rewind to the beginning of the book?
Yeah. Yes.
And then tomorrow, for those of you who are not in here, she's going to briefly work it back in what you missed that first little bit this morning, which was basically a background on trauma-informed care and the precursor to this book. If you were here years past, we did a little breakout on it last year. But I think we are good to go. Could even, I'll let you decide this because I don't want you to shortchange them. This is good stuff. If we need to come back after lunch for 30 minutes
Okay.
or 45 minutes and let you finish up, if you can't get it
I think we'll be
till
okay.
tomorrow,
Yeah.
we can shorten our breakouts today. So
Okay.
it's all about flexibility.
Yeah, that's right. No work. Yeah.
So I guess you're choosing to stay. It looks like everybody's just going to stay.
All right. So,
Got a chair over here if anybody needs one, and there's a chair behind Sonia. You just might have to work.
so for those of you that were in here, our first pillar that we're going to talk about is the culture of safety. And I think everybody who came in here is familiar with, safety. In the event there is any kind of incident, your exits will be located to your back. And if you go right there through that doorway, just go straight out the back door. Nobody gets trampled. I always like to just be mindful of where are the exits and, fire, whatever. Everybody gets out safe. Okay? All right, are we good? All right. I really, really appreciate the flexibility. This is the first time, this is the third summer partnering with Okaloosa to do the ESE Institute and bring you guys some really good material and professional development. And we are just so blessed to have over 80 people this summer attending this 2-day event. The first summer when I hopped on and joined, we had about, I think, 30-ish, 35 people. I think we were at the STEM Center the first year that I joined. And so this has just grown and grown and grown. And so that's awesome. So yay, again, I go back. For those of you that didn't hear me, your time is so precious and you don't get it back. And you chose to spend your time not only today waiting for the audio visual to work out, but also to be here and to get something. So I hope that we can all shake off, right, our things that we've had to deal with and change and realize you are still in for a really good treat, okay? So our book that we're using today is the Relationship, Responsibility, and Regulation book, learning about trauma-invested practices. Again, let's take a poll. How many of you have heard of trauma-informed? Right, we've heard of that. We've heard of the word trauma. We have all kinds of thoughts about trauma and different traumas our students deal with. But we're going to really dig deep into trauma-invested practices. We've heard what trauma is. We know it impacts our students' learning and development. But we really need to know, what do we do with that kid that's melting down in front of us right there, right? What are some tangible strategies we can implement into our classroom? And let's face it, Some of our students, we don't even know the trauma that they're facing. We don't even know that there is trauma, right? Because sometimes they don't demonstrate those misbehaviors, right, that we encounter in our classrooms. So part 1 today, we're going to go through building the nest. And again, what is the purpose of a nest? Who wants to volunteer and just share that with the group? It's to what? Protect, create that safety, right? And it's so amazing to me how a bird knows to go out and get little twigs and little things, right, to put in a nest. If you've ever examined a nest that you've come across on your walking path or whatever it might be, you really see how intricate and detailed it is, right? And so that nest offers that safety. Well, your nest that you're offering to your students every day is your classroom. And it might be the only safe place that your kids have. And I highlighted a little bit ago that, you know, you might have students who sleep. They come to your classroom and they sleep. Why? Not because they don't like you. It's not personal. It's because they finally maybe feel safe enough to let their bodies relax, to rest their bodies for a moment, to rest their eyes. And so you might be that only place to create that safety for them. And our quote for part 1, building the nest, that we're really looking at, and I want you to really take it and put it in your heart, is create a safe nest for students so that they learn and thrive. And when they eventually fly, they soar. And that's what it's about, is when they get ready to leave your nest, they are leaving with some tools, they're leaving with some confidence, they're leaving with knowing, hey, I've got a support system, and I can go to the next classroom, or I can go to the next school building, or I can go into my community, and I can still feel that same confidence and that safety. And this book is going to challenge us to go deeper in our thinking. So really take this also to heart. There's no comfort in growth and no growth in comfort. None of us really love change. Maybe a couple of us love change or bring on change and embrace it. But really, human nature says, ooh, I'm scared of what I don't know. That fear of the unknown. And so change really can be uncomfortable. But unfortunately, as we go through this morning, we have to remember that we're going to be challenged. We need to self-reflect. And as Pete says, change is a prerequisite of improvement. Don't you want to improve? I think we all want to improve. As educators, we got into this field because we love teaching. We love education. We love kids. That's my belief system anyway that I bring to the table, and in order to do that, I have to improve. I have to always be a lifelong learner, right? So the more we challenge and understand ourselves, the more self-aware we become. So our 3 pillars that we're going to get into is the culture of safety, systems of meaning, and then need versus behavior. And I will tell you, each of these pillars will challenge us in many ways. The folks that joined us, you guys do have notes pages, right, that you can write on. If you want the PowerPoint in PDF form, and again, just a reminder to all of us, you can email me. My email is at the top of that notes page, and I can share that PDF with you. All right, so let's get into our culture of safety. This is our first pillar. We all need to feel safe, every single one of us in this room. We need to know that, again, where are the exits? What's the first thing you do on a plane? What do they do before you take off? They go over what? Safety, right? So that you feel confident in the event you're up in the plane and something's not good and we've got to land, on the Hudson, or we got to land, emergency landing, that you know what to do. The air mask comes down, right? And you put it on yourself first, number 1, and then put it on your neighbor and help them. But we know that safety is so important. We all need to feel safe. And just like we need to feel safe, our students definitely also need to feel safe. If we don't feel safe, we can't pay attention, we can't do our jobs, right? We can't be the teacher or the support that our students need. To feel safe, that need, safety, supersedes any other need that we have outside of food, clothing, shelter, right? And really, I think Maslow obviously understood that. How many of you have seen that Maslow hierarchy of needs, right? Safety is number 2. After food, clothing, shelter, we have safety. That is a huge need. And so again, I think it was no mistake that we used a triangle, right? Because the biggest needs there
right, have to be the foundation and have to be in place. When I was preparing for this speaking event back in the spring when this book first rolled out, and I called Tish, I said, I got a great book for the ESE Institute, let's just do it, and I sent her this link to the webinar that Kristen and Pete Hall did, and you could probably find it yourself online. It's amazing. They go over, it's an hour webinar on this book, kind of just touching why they created it. They were sitting at Kristen's kitchen table at her home and just talking about this book, and it was really, really awesome. She said something that blew my mind, and I really goes back to those traditional 3 R's versus our new 3 R's, but she says, we have to have Maslow before we have Bloom. Are we familiar with Bloom, right? As teachers, yeah, we are. But Maslow has to happen before Bloom, before we can even start scratching the surface with Bloom. So that is why in our classrooms, our first pillar is creating our nest is the safety component. And we know this is getting harder and harder. Every school year, it never fails. We turn on our news, and what do we hear about? School shooting, right? Or we hear about a bullying incident that unfortunately has resulted in a lost life of a student or some other tragic incident. And so we know that creating that culture of safety is getting more and more difficult. We have, in addition now to all of the typical or usual drills that we've always had, now we have active shooter drills in our schools, right? Because we know that this and the possibility of something bad that will happen feels very real to all of us, and especially our students. So let's look at 2 safety needs that we have, physical and emotional, and what compromises those 2 needs. And we're going to look at both for us and our students. And some of them are interchangeable. But physical safety needs, and what compromises those safety needs? For students, they need to feel safe in our classrooms. They need to know that school is a safe place for them. They need to know they're cared for by the adults in their lives at school. But several things that threaten the safety of a student: social media. I don't know about you, but sometimes I just wish social media would just go away, right? Walking in the community to a friend's house or to a neighbor. Feeling tired, hungry, or cold definitely will compromise those physical safety needs. Feeling sick or ill. And living with abuse. And of course, there's other things that we can add to that list of what threatens or compromises the physical safety needs of students. And a lot of those things are the same for adults. As adults, we need to feel confident in our work, that it is safe and we can do our jobs safely, right? That when I go to work in the morning and I'm going to teach my students and be with them all day, that we're going to be safe. We're going to be able to do that in a safe environment. But what compromises our own safety as educators? Aggressive students. A parent who threatens harm, right? Some of those parents that just, maybe they don't threaten harm, but they're just difficult and challenging to work with. A building where the environment poses health risks. A community with adverse weather conditions. People who come to work with illness or viruses that compromise our health. How many of you are doubling up on your vitamin C right now, right? Because you're getting ready to go right on back to the Petri dish, right? Feeling fatigued and stressed also can compromise our physical safety. Because when you're fatigued and you're stressed and not taking care of yourself, what tends to happen? You get sick, right? Absolutely. Our emotional safety, and some of the threats or compromises to that for students, they need to know that we as the adults in the building see them as valued, capable, and awesome. And when you see things up here that have quotes, those are things I'm pulling directly from Kristen's book. They can be vulnerable and ask for help, free of judgment. They feel safe among peers and treat one another with kindness. So think about those 3 emotional safety needs that our students need to have. What compromises or threatens those emotional safety needs? Not being understood by adults, right? Ever hear a child say, "You just don't understand," or "You just don't listen," right? What are they really telling you? What need? We're getting ahead of ourselves, but hey, I need you to listen to me. I need to feel understood. Others' belief systems that portray and view that student in a negative light. So that student maybe has a certain lifestyle or something that you don't agree with. feeling like that belief, you're trying to put that on them. That could be a compromise of safety. Bullying behavior, inability to understand language being used, cultural differences, and lack of skills and confidence to seek support safely. For adults, feel safe with our administrators and coworkers to ask for support without fear of judgment or retaliation. Threats to that emotional safety could be conflict, right, with a coworker possibly, toxic work environments. We all have heard the old saying, don't go to the teacher's lounge, right? I'm sure that was founded in somewhat a little bit of truth, right? That's not the best place to be if you want to not be in a toxic area because we're venting, right? Lack of strong leadership, negative public perception or media, hypercritical parents and caregivers, feelings of isolation and exhaustion, inability to feel safe in asking for help, and feelings of failure in the job. I don't know about you. I know failure comes with life in the territory. We're all going to fail at some point. But think about if you were constantly failing day after day, feeling like you're failing day after day, what's that going to do to your own self-confidence and self-esteem? Right? It's going to tank. It's going to go down. So that can be a compromise to our emotional safety. So our big idea, if you will, with safety is that we all need to feel safe both physically and emotionally. Without it, learning simply cannot happen. I want to read to you Pete's practice on page 16. If you have a book, you can follow along or you can just listen. But what I love about this, so Pete Hall, I didn't explain this in the beginning, I apologize. Pete Hall is a principal, or used to be a principal, middle school principal, and he heard Kristen speak at a conference. She is a licensed mental health therapist. And anyway, he heard her, and so he teamed up with her because he goes, wow, this stuff is really good for the students that I'm dealing with. Like, you've got a lot of great strategies and things like that. So he first heard her speak and brought her into the school that he was at and to help the staff and work with them. And so in this book, what's great is it's Kristen writing it, but then Pete chimes in with his little Pete's practice is kind of what he says. He has examples from the education world of how what Kristen's been talking about applies to the schoolhouse. So I'm going to read this to you. As a school principal, I was hired to take over a school that had a significant history of and reputation for violence. There were reports of fights almost daily, and many students used physical aggression to settle their conflicts. When we dug deeper, my leadership team uncovered an ugly truth. The emotional safety of the adults and students was absent. So individuals within the building were always on edge. And when we're at a heightened sense of alert, we biologically turn to flight, fight, freeze responses. Keep in mind that we all cross-culturally and universally choose flight first when sensing or experiencing threat. We choose to fight only when we don't see flight as an option. Many of our students at school face situations where simply leaving is not an option. So then what do? Fight. We often see them access their fight response when in states of stress in an attempt to self-regulate. Bringing Kristen into the building to help us learn trauma-sensitive strategies and to build trust within the ranks was an essential part of our overall plan to strengthen the collaborative, interdependent culture of the adults in the building. Once this took hold and we started to lean on one another, get some structures and policies squared away, and reinforce our mission and guiding values, our emotional safety metrics skyrocketed. As a result, the tenor of the building shifted. The classrooms, hallways, and public areas became more peaceful, calmer, and safer. The fighting decreased and the business of teaching and learning resumed. Many factors were at play in this transformation, and I don't want to oversimplify the process. However, one key learning for us that we couldn't solve the problem, lack of physical safety, solely by addressing the issue staring us in the face, kids fighting. We had to dig deeper and uncover the conditions that were contributing to the outcome, adults' lack of emotional safety. It was surprising and incredibly enlightening to arrive at that conclusion. So really just examining and looking at how we have to create that culture of safety. It's important, not just within our classrooms, but also within our school buildings and in our school district. It's important to have that culture of safety. Now you might be saying, well, I have no influence on my school building, and you know what, you may very well be right, but what you do have control over is what? Classroom. And sometimes that's what we need to do. What happens when you throw a rock in the pond? Ripples, right? So sometimes just starting right at the basics, your classroom, the small piece, if you will, of the whole picture, you will get there. So we are going to show you a strategy. There's a few of you, again, who's familiar with clickers? A couple people. So you're going to get a card passed out to you. Now there may not be enough for everybody, that's okay. This is really just great to see in action. But I'm going to have Catherine, sorry, I'm like, I don't know. Catherine is going to share with you how this is going to work, and then our question is up here on the screen. So
Okay,
go, take it away.
If you first look at all of your cards and you can glance kind of at someone's next to you, they all look different. They have numbers. You can order a set of 40. You can also go to the website and print out your own and create your own, but they're all different. And on each of the edges, they have an A, B, C, and D option. So you'll point up, like the side that you're choosing. So if you wanted A, it'll be at the top. These are all numbered. If you create your own class roster, you can upload the students and have them assigned a number so that you'll see their response on here, but everyone else isn't going to be able to see. There's two different options of question types that you can put. So these are going to be survey options that there's not a right or wrong answer. You guys are choosing which one that you feel. But you can also do it if you're wanting a formative assessment at the end to see how your lesson went. You felt like really confident and you wanted to see at the end of class, you can have them take out their clicker card and kind of gauge how it went. So right now, you guys are looking at this. When you have your answer, you're going to hold it up. There's an app that you can put on like a tablet device or your phone, and it will scan your card. So when you have your answer that you want to put, just turn it around and I will start scanning that.
So when you reflect on your work environment, that can be your school or your district. Do you feel physically safe, which is A, feel emotionally safe, or feel both? So we're just gauging, just kind of a survey. Do you need me to bring up the lights, or are you good?
Is this what we want our work environment to be like?
No, this is where we're just doing a gauge of where you currently are. Yep. And nobody's names are up here. We're just getting a gauge of where you currently are. Just kind of like what Pete did with bringing Kristen in and looking at their safety. Anybody see their number not up here with the blue? Anybody's number not blue yet? And it might be a different. I think one right up here too.
Maybe a little louder, or move your mic up just a tiny bit.
Oh, really? I'm so loud.
I know that we definitely don't have. Okay, so.
No, go ahead.
Sit, stop now. Okay. So then on here,
Uh-huh.
I don't know, I'll just go around and show, then you can see it like this.
Okay.
But this is just going to be,
If I show the graph, will
you
it
can
not?
show the graph, yeah.
Okay. So if you click show graph,
So you can choose to show the graph to the students to see if you're doing like a survey, or or you could keep that private. It has the option up there for you, but it doesn't show everybody the different responses.
Right. So this was just a gauge to kind of, number one, show you this learning tool, which is amazing, especially for doing formative assessments. But you could also use it in a survey type of format. What do you guys think of that, since there's so many of you that are not familiar with clickers? Is that something thumbs up or thumbs down for you that you could use in your classroom? Isn't that awesome? I'm like, it's been around for a while. I'm like, where have I been? All right, very good, thank you. Okay. Yeah, we have a few more today that we're going to do. So just, yep. All right. Is Tisha in here? Can they hear me? They were having some issues, which I feel like I'm yelling at everybody. Are we good? Testing. Hopefully Tisha will come and let me know. Do you have texting with Deb over there? I do with Tish. Yeah, ask her if this is good. Okay. If they can't hear me, have her just come in and give me a thumbs up that I need to get louder. And I'm sorry that your ears are going to bleed. All right. Assumptions and safety. I love it, love it, love it when Pete addressed this. And my husband thinks I'm absolutely silly. Not that he didn't think that before. But I had never heard this saying that, you know what they say about assumptions, right? When you assume, you run the risk of making an beep, beep, beep out of you and me. Pete does say it in the book. Do you know what I mean by the beep, beep, beep? We can all fill in the blank with that 3-letter word. Okay, I was like, maybe they didn't get it. Anyway, so that's why we have our little visual of our donkey, or, jackass next to us. We all make assumptions though, right? We know that is just human nature. We make assumptions about others based on what we see, what we hear, what we, experience. So right now, real quick, literally 5 seconds, turn to your neighbor and tell them an assumption that we tend to make about something. Think of something, an assumption that you make about a person. So for example, blonde hair people must be ditzy, right? That's an assumption, or an opinion, or in some cases it could be fact. But I can say that I have blonde hair. All right, so turn to your neighbor and just say the first assumption that we tend to make. This is just general, not about school, not about kids. What's an assumption you make about someone? Go ahead, do it. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, very good. That was a quick 5 seconds. If you look at, sorry, I have to walk over here a little bit. I feel like I'm not over here with you guys. All right, did you share your assumptions that we tend to make about people? Yeah. Right? Anybody want to share an assumption that you discuss with your neighbor? Is it appropriate for professional setting? Okay. So look at my pictures up here. If you can't see, here we have a house behind a gated community. What do we assume about someone who might live in a gated community? Yeah. Okay. I do have to tell a funny story because I had a friend who she purchased a home several years ago, was not in a gated community, but it was in, we call it Shorewood Forest, back in Indiana. And she literally, her neighbor, who's a sweet, sweet lady, rolled up, Jaguar, little doggy in the back with a sweater. She's like, where did I move to? Because this is so not my speed, but great people. But again, we go back and she's a behavior consultant, and we talk about how we make assumptions, right, of people because of where they live, or their little doggy in a sweater, or the car that they drive, right? Let's look, Mercedes versus Pinto. What do we assume, right? If you're an educator, you're driving the Pinto. Or what if we made the assumption that, car payment, no car payment, right? We could look at that different. What might we assume about our students that maybe come from Section 8 housing?
They're the ones that are driving the white car.
Well, that's a whole different professional development. But I will tell you, I don't want to get off on a bunny trail, but I will for 2 seconds. So GED to PhD, he's a speaker, and he talks about that, right? The drug dealers and all that kind of thing or whatever, they're driving nicer cars than we are, right? So we're trying to empower kids to go to school for what? Anyway, told you I was going to get on a bunny trail. Okay. I love what Kristen shares in her book, and I'm going to highlight her story. She was always afraid of telling people where she went to school because she went to a private prep school. And so when she would tell people where she'd go to school, they'd automatically assume spoiled rich kid with no concept of reality, right? Out of touch, out of tune, can't relate, right? And so she decided to just slip under the radar, not tell anybody where. When they ask where she went to school, she'd kind of avoid the question. But she talked one time to a fellow student who was kind of like the resident guidance counselor, if you will, to the other students. And he put it to her like this: no one really wants to hear about other people's crap. And if you go to this school, you aren't allowed to have crap, right? Because we're all in prep school, we have no problems because we have money. That's an assumption. So if you go to this school, you aren't allowed to have crap to begin with. So the best thing to do is just don't talk about it. But what do we know about trauma? It's everywhere. Everywhere. I don't care how much money you have in your bank account or don't have in your bank account. Anybody is one phone call away from their whole life or their world changing for a moment. So Kristen shares that the assumption here was that rich kids don't have problems, but what she saw was her friends dealing with parents who were divorcing, alcoholic parents, drug use in the home, domestic violence, and suicidal thoughts. So here she's going to this school going, nobody talks about their problems because we shouldn't have problems, right? The big takeaway is that if we don't create a culture of safety for all students to share and get support, assumptions can be very isolating, causing problems and can affect our safety. So our kids need to know that even if they're dirty, they smell, they have the best clothes, they have the best snacks, no matter what walk of life they come from, that you look at them as a person, right? Because we're all people. Trauma is non-discriminatory and it affects us all equally. We make assumptions about our students, don't we? Based on how they act, what they wear, and where they live. If they have a high socioeconomic status school, our assumption is the difficult student is spoiled and entitled. If we're in a school that's low SES, our assumption is a difficult student has had a rough life. It is possible that neither one of those things are true. All we do know is that the student is struggling in both situations. That's what we have to always assume, the student's struggling, right? Just simply put. I'm going to read a story to you on page 20. You can follow along if you would like to. But this is about making some of those assumptions. A couple of years back, a high school math teacher in a building I was supporting had reached the frustration point with a particularly difficult student. A well-intentioned teacher who wanted to do right by his kids, he was irked that this young man was frequently absent, needed constant redirection, and consumed much of his time. Sound like any students you've worked with? He asked me to observe in the class and provide some feedback. While I was visiting his classroom, I watched this teacher positively engage and teach the student. Meanwhile, with the teacher's attention diverted, two other students in the class thoroughly disrespected one another, and a third student blatantly defied the teacher's directions in front of the whole class. Those infractions, interestingly, went unaddressed. The difficult student, meanwhile, engaged productively in his task and focused on learning. When it came time for us to debrief, the teacher exhaled, "Oh, do you see what I'm dealing with? He's exhausting. Is there anything I can do to reach him better?" Confused, I asked the teacher if anything might have occurred in their one-to-one interactions that I had missed. Had the student cussed at him, thrown his assignment on the floor, ignored his directions? He replied, well, no. I told him I saw nothing, but awesome. You did a great job of engaging and relating to this student, and he was connected to you, and as a result, he learned. You handled him beautifully. So this teacher, right, is going, wait a second, what's going on? Then, to the teacher's surprise, I expressed concern about some of the other events that had transpired while he was working his magic with this difficult student. His eyes widened in a powerful moment of reflection. He realized that the strong relationships he had with the other students had led him to believe that they were behaving okay, right, and getting work done. In essence, that they were always fine. Because he felt disconnected from this one young man, he always assumed their interactions were stressful, negative, and unproductive. So the teacher's assumptions or systems of meaning, which we'll get to later, about the difficult student prevented him from seeing his strengths, and his assumptions about the other students prevented him from correcting and resetting their behaviors. This was such a powerful moment for this teacher. It gave him permission to see a student he struggled with in a positive light, and it reminded him of his responsibility to ensure safety as well as relationship for all students. So there is an example, right, of assumption. Thinking, oh, I have a great relationship with these guys, they're gonna do what I've asked them to do, and I can work one-on-one with this kid, and oh, working one-on-one with this kid is just so difficult, right? So isn't it interesting how she kind of pulled the wool back a little bit from his eyes, and he could finally now see and have that reflective moment. And that's all that we need to do, right, is to be able and be willing to look at things differently without making assumptions that are negative. The way we talk has a lot to do with assumptions. Listen to the assumptions versus talking about students in a safety filter. I'm sure we can identify with some of these comments, these assumptions on the left side. The assumption says, if a kid is from those apartment buildings, you know she's going to be trouble. The safety filter would say, let's see if we can help that student rise to our expectations this year. The assumption would say, that family always has someone in jail. Wonder when it will be his turn. The safety filter would say, I wonder what his goals are for his life. Have you asked him? How many of us would be brave to tell a teacher who's making the assumption on the left to say the safety filter on the right? I hope so, right? The assumption says, that child is so-and-so's son. You don't want to mess with that parent. The safety filter would say, his parent is a strong advocate for their family. She could be a real asset to you. Or the assumption could be, that student is just seeking attention. He isn't really going to kill himself. Safety filter. We have to take threats of suicide very seriously. Safety is our #1 priority, and we know that. That's an example too that Kristen uses in the book because that's often something that she has run into. And so we have to make sure we're checking our assumptions. I'm going to go out on a limb here. It's easy to assume this morning we can't hear or see anything, right? That it's not what's going on, the technology isn't working well. We can assume what? What could be the assumption out of that when something's not working out? People didn't prepare, right? That's the assumption. Oh, it's not prepared. Well, the safety filter would say, oh my goodness, they had so many people sign up that they had to find overflow rooms and they had to figure out this new technology that they've not really used before in this type of setting to figure it all out. Not new technology, but you know what I mean, right? So that's the safety filter. So in every situation I challenge, because we're human. I don't know about you, I make assumptions. How many of you make assumptions that maybe are negative? Absolutely, we're human. That happens. But we have to remember, let's check it. Let's kind of spin it through a safety filter. Maybe ask a different way. Let's see our time. So it's 10:35, and we are going to do an activity. This is going to kind of be a lengthier activity. So what I want to do is it's 10:35. Let's go to 10:55. That'll give you 20. Actually, let's do a check-in at 10:50. Okay? So at 10:50, no matter where you are, let's just come back to the table, even if you didn't get through all of the definitions that I'm going to give you in a moment. But at 10:50, we will come back. So what you're going to do is break off into groups of 3 or 4, And you're adults, you can figure out, how that will work. But like I shared with you, you're going to walk away with some practices. And we've heard of trauma-informed, but with this 2-day training in this book, we are going deeper. We're going to trauma-invested. Trauma-invested means that our common goal is committed to the belief that all students have potential and are cognizant of how stress can disrupt learning and achievement. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's kind of like trauma-informed care, and it is, but you're about to see how trauma-invested goes a little bit deeper. So on page 24, and again, you'll have to share books because we don't have enough for everyone. So try to make sure in your group that maybe there's at least 2 or 3 people that have a book. But page 24, 25, and I believe there's, 26, you are not going to get through all of these by 10:50. But I want you to go through some. You have the definition on the left. You have behavioral focus. You have academic focus. And actually, I'm sorry, the first one is the definition of each of those 4 spectrum trauma-savvy practices. You have trauma-inducing. Read about what that is. You have trauma-indifferent. You're going to read that definition. You're going to read trauma-informed and then trauma-invested. And then what you're going to go do is you're going to go down each row. And you have behavioral focus, academic focus, attention, relationship, responsibility, and it goes on to the next page. And you're going to read across. And you're going to just discuss as a group where your class or your school might be on the spectrum for each of those items. Does that make sense to everybody? So if I'm in the group, I'm going to start, okay, definition of trauma-inducing is a setting that not only lacks safety, but also is actively unsafe for students and or adults. And then you're going to read trauma-indifferent and do the same definition. And then you're going to basically, after reading all 4 of those in that row, you're going to go, well, where do you think your school falls on the spectrum? All right, and you can just kind of share with one another. Then you'll go to the next one, behavioral focus, and you'll read what's trauma-inducing related to behavioral focus, what's trauma-indifferent, what's trauma-informed, and what's trauma-invested, and then you'll go, well, where's your class or your school on that spectrum, okay? So 3 or 4 people in a group. I know it's kind of a small room. If a few groups want to step outside, because I know it's, cold front has moved in. What that means for Florida, I don't know. But if you want to step outside with your small group, that's fine, but I need someone in each group to keep the time and come back at 10:50. Okay, let's just take about 10, 12 minutes to just go through as many as you can, okay? Live stream, you can turn down the volume and do the activity in your room as well. Will I be able to get into the room over there?
Yes.
Where's it at?
You have to go through the main entrance and then take a right to the right.
Okay. Do you need a Bluetooth speaker? Will it hook?
Once we get close, they'll be able to hear you again.
Yeah.
So
But do you need a Bluetooth speaker?
we've tried those.
Oh, okay.
We tried everything except that tree. And that's next.
And that's next. Get ready, tree.
I'm going to drop a tree on the laptop.
Oh, goodness. And now this will automatically go back. I hope I didn't mess it up. I didn't think about
it'll be
that.
No problem.
In range.
I'll check it as soon as I walk in the door. But you're fine.
Okay.
You're all good.
Good.
Don't sweat.
That's right.
You're live now, so be careful. That's all good.
I'm good that they can hear me.
Yeah, they can hear you.
Well,
The other room can hear you, not this room.
yes.
This really goes to what you're doing, but I worked on the wording. This is going to be in vinyl on my door. I'm a gen ed teacher.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is in vinyl on my door when we go back to school, and all of my lessons the first week are going to be focused on their expectations and how to help them. So
love it.
yeah.
I think that's awesome, and that's a great visual, and you can reinforce it.
Yeah, it'll be there every all
Yeah.
for them. But I, they've got to learn. I was teaching. I teach in a very low economic level area of the school system, and they come to school 20 times daily.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and I've been there for 32 years, so I've really invested in the community to know that, you know, what
Right. You have those relationships,
Yeah.
which is so important. Well, good. Well, thank you for sharing that with me. Can I take a picture of that?
Yes, you can have this actually. I just wrote it down to be able to give to you, but you can take
Oh, are you? I'll just take a picture. That way you can share it with someone else.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. All right, about 1 minute. Here's your 1 minute warning. 1 minute. 1 minute, we're gonna keep on moving. Probably have to do the third pillar tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's okay, we'll all work out.
Today, is it working completely?
Yes. The one room these guys left, it works fine now. That's the way it goes.
What's that?
The sound is working. That'll teach me to walk outside. Finish up your last comments and let's bring it back, guys. I know, right? Let's see if that, it's kind of blurry on this side. All right. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. I know I'm in a room full of teachers, right? Okay, how many of you in your groups now kind of have an understanding the difference between trauma-informed and trauma-invested? A little bit, okay. And I will share with you, when I was reading even through some of the trauma-invested pieces, they were some of the things that I've known as being trauma-informed too. So if you're like, well, wait a second, that is me. I am trauma-invested. That's great. But the purpose of this is just to give you an idea of where maybe you're currently falling in your classroom or at your school on your practices that you're implementing. And I love how she kind of brings in the two on the end there of trauma-inducing, like, because sometimes, and we're going to talk about this later, one of those challenging things that might strike a chord with us, sometimes we're in the way. Sometimes we're creating more trauma on top of trauma. Then trauma indifferent, you know, that was a new term, and looking at it from that standpoint as well when I was reading through this figure in the book and looking at what all that means for those different areas. So I hope that was meaningful for you to get to network and talk with one another. I think that's important for you to have those moments together. So let's look at our second pillar, systems of meaning. Raise your hand again. How many of you have heard this phrase or term before, systems of meaning? Anybody? Well, really what systems of meaning, and this is the second pillar of our nest that we're creating, is to really put meaning or understand what's driving our behavior. Yes, our behavior, right? Because we have behavior. Anybody in here have misbehavior? Yeah. Oh, no one's going to admit it. I'll admit it. Our students aren't the only one with behaviors. We all have them. It doesn't have to be misbehavior. Behaviors are anything that you do, right? We do it for some sort of a reason, if you will. I remember a story one time, a newlywed couple, they were going to have everybody over for Easter, right? And so the new wife, you know, she wanted to cook the ham. So she was in the kitchen and she cuts off the end of the ham and puts it in her pan, and her husband goes, "Why do you do that?" And she's like, "Well, I don't know." So she got to thinking, I'm going to call my mom. "Mom, you know, at Easter time, you always cut the end of the ham off. Why do you do that?" And the mom goes, "I'm not for sure, really. Let me call Grandma." So she calls Grandma. And, "Hey, Mom, why do you cut the end of the ham off at Easter time?" She goes, "Well, because I didn't have a big enough pan to fit my ham that I had bought." But through the years, right, the other two generations grew up watching Grandma, you know, cut the end of the ham off, and then the daughter watching the mom. And so the reason, though, was because I didn't have a big enough pan. So we all have reasons behind our behavior that we do, and sometimes we don't even know why we're doing it. So our systems of meaning is going to kind of shed some light on this. And Kristen shares, it's called the ARC framework by Margaret Blostein and Kristen Kinningberg. I don't know if you've ever heard of those two, but they offer 3 lenses to look through when we're trying to discover our systems of meaning. And this is on page 30 if you want to make a note of that to go back and maybe read a little bit deeper in that. I do not know why that is all funky at the top there, but that's interesting. Okay, the first lens in the ARC framework has to do with our body's natural responses. And we've talked a little bit about this morning, the flight, fight, or freeze response, right? We all have that. This is our limbic system. How many of you heard of Dan Siegel? He explains the whole the brain and how it works in the limbic system. And he refers to the limbic system as the downstairs brain. So that's what we're going to talk about. It's our downstairs brain of surviving. When our students are in this downstairs brain, it's a disruption to their learning because guess what? The higher functioning part, or the upstairs brain, is closed for business. When you have a student that is fully on in their downstairs brain, do not try to talk to them. Do not try to reason with them. Do not try to bring logic and common sense to the situation, because you will just get more fight, flight, or freeze response from them, whatever response they're having in their downstairs brain. So we know that it cannot be accessed when the downstairs brain is in charge. So when this happens, what do we do? What are some examples of fight, flight, or freeze that you've seen in your classrooms? Can you give me an example of? Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Throwing desks.
Say it again.
Throwing desks.
Throwing desks or objects, right? What else? Yelling. Running for the door. Because remember, what did Pete tell us? We're naturally going to flee or flight first, but if we can't, we're going to fight. Okay? Kristen, in her first book, Fostering Resilient Learners, there's a great graph of examples of flight, fight, or freeze. And I'm just going to highlight a couple that I knew kind of stuck out to me. Under the fight could definitely look like that aggression, that throwing, but fight could also be that class clown, silliness, right? In the classroom, avoiding the task through, hey, I know I can get everybody laughing and the teacher laughing, so I'm going to use my silly skills to kind of fight, if you will. Flight definitely can be that leaving, but it could be that kid sitting in class daydreaming. They're physically there, but they're mentally not present, right? And then freeze, we have seen shut down, where kids just shut down, they don't do anything. But freeze could also mean a student who's not getting their needs met. You've provided 6,550 pencils for kids to use all school year, and the kids still will not get up and go get the pencil, right? Because if I have to go get that pencil, then what do I have to do? Right, so that could be that freeze piece. The second component in the ARC framework that Kristen outlines here, or the next lens, if you will, is how our brain was trained to respond. This lens, as Kristen puts it, invites us to see behavior as a result of actual brain development. Simply put, our brains are wired to survive, not thrive. And factors such as physical health, secure attachments, determine one's capacity for healthy relationships. And unfortunately, we know that so many of our students don't come from those types of environments, right? There's not strong connection or attachment. There's not secure attachment or physical health, good physical health. They're not stable. When we look through this lens, Kristen is challenging us to see that sometimes the behaviors in our classrooms are part of how the brain has developed. So we're asking a student to perform a task or to be part of the classroom in a way that they are just incapable of doing at that moment because their brain has been wired differently due to the exposure that they've had in utero, when prenatal care, all of those pieces, and growing up before they get to your classroom. So we have to really look through this lens that, hey, you know what? Maybe their brains have developed differently. So what's great is we can rewire our brains. That's neuroplasticity, right? We know about that. So we can help students. It's just recognizing it and then doing it. And the third lens, which goes with our second pillar of our nest, is the systems of meaning. This one speaks to the impacted systems of meaning, which is when we make interpretations about future events based on past experiences. Anybody ever have food poisoning? That's Kristen's example in the book. She talks about eggs. She's had eggs many times before, but one time she got food poisoning from eggs. So she did not eat eggs for the next 2 decades. She couldn't stomach the thought of having eggs, even though she knew, right, logically, like, okay, I'm not going to get food poisoning again from eggs. She knew she just couldn't do it because her systems of meaning was impacted, right? So that is what this is all about. Our history influences how we respond to current situations, especially when we are in stress states. When you are in a stressed state, you are going to revert back to your impacted systems of meaning. Our systems of meaning start to develop in early childhood and reshape as we continue to adulthood. We all have them. Can you think of maybe right now, since I gave that example, some of your impacted systems of meaning? Maybe you don't go to a certain store or a certain restaurant, or you don't go do a certain activity because when you did it before you broke your leg, or whatever it might be. They affect who we are and how we interact with others, offering us as a contributing factor to our students' behaviors and revealing two truths. So let's look at those two truths. Truth one. We construct an explanation for children's behavior based on our own experiences. Truth number two, our systems of meaning contribute mightily to the ongoing problems that exist in our education system. Let's read Pete's practice, and you're going to love this story. It's on page 32. One day, I was called to the office with a report of a fight in the cafeteria. I was notified that the culprits were already in the office. And sadly, I was not surprised to see Dominic awaiting my arrival. This young man had embraced his fist as his primary negotiating tool during the last couple of months, and he'd been suspended several times for his transgressions. Next to him sat a student who had never been referred to the office and was nursing his cheek with an ice pack. As I swept in, I motioned to Dominic rather dramatically to go sit in my office. Knowing his history, I had done the math in my head and figured that he was due for a long-term suspension. That's it, I told him. You're done. Call your mom and tell her you'll be home for the next couple of weeks. He looked at me incredulously, and I sighed. How could he think he hadn't used up all his chances? At that moment, my assistant principal emerged from her office with another student, also toting an ice pack. Hey, Mr. Hall, she said, can you get Dominic's statement about the fight these two boys got into? I'll be calling the other boys' parents. How tall do you think Pete felt at that moment? I stopped cold. Boy, did I owe Dominic a thorough and complete repair. More on repair in chapter 5. I leapt to the conclusion that he had fought and hurt another kid, and that he was going to be sent packing while he was only in the office as a witness. I vowed then and there to become better attuned to my own systems of meaning, lest they lead me down a dangerous path of assumptions. Perfect example, right? Because it is so easy, that kid that constantly is taking up our time, when something arises, we like go to autopilot. Oh, must have been him, must have been her, oh, it must have been that teacher, oh, it must have been that principal. I mean, how many times do we do that? It's human. So, perfect example of that with our systems of meaning. So how our systems of meaning affect us and others? Let's kind of look at a few key ideas and understand systems of meaning further. The development of our systems of meaning is natural, it's automatic. Our systems of meaning are accessed typically when we're in that downstairs brain. And yes, we all have a downstairs brain as well that we access sometimes. Having systems of meaning does not make us intentionally hurtful. Mr. Hall was not being intentionally hurtful to Dominic, right? He just assumed his system of meaning is, yeah, this kid has a rap sheet longer than his arm, and now it's just time for him to take a little time out. Think about, though, when I was reading this, and Kristen doesn't address this, but it did make me think, we're human, we have systems of meaning, so don't our parents have systems of meaning too? That school only calls me when there's a problem. Maybe parents never had a positive experience with a school, right? So their systems of meaning is impacted greatly. When we are regulated, we are less likely to rely on our systems of meaning. And kind of our big idea here, so I have a little light bulb there next to it, says sometimes our systems of meaning stem from positive interactions, though. Other times they are associated with something traumatic or stressful. Either way, they have an influence on us. So, negative and positive. Let's look at some negative systems of meaning for students, parents, caregivers, teachers, support staff, and leaders. I love how Kristen really covered all bases here because each perspective is a little bit different, right? So, negative systems of meaning in practice. A student might say, I'm stupid, I'm never going to be good at this. No matter how hard I try, nothing works. This adult will eventually kick me out too. I only get attention when I misbehave. Why even try? I'll just be with someone new next week anyway. Nobody likes me here. I'll never make any friends. And let's read a couple from the parent. We have the first one. This school only calls when something is wrong. All they want to do is put my kid on meds. Maybe a parent might say that about a doctor's office, right? They might be venting to us. This school just wants my kid kicked out. Teacher, systems of meaning that's negative might be, I've got so-and-so in my class this year. He was always in the office last year. Great. The principal always gives me the behavior problems. Everyone in that family is in special ed. I might as well start filling out the paperwork now. No, no, no. Don't do that. Support staff. Nobody ever talks to us about students. They set us up for failure. Nobody cares about our opinion. The kids don't respect us, and no one ever has our back. A leader might say, this teacher is so negative, I just wish she would quit. This family is extremely difficult. I'm not even going to try to make a connection. I've got too much to do just to run the building, and now I'm supposed to be an instructional leader? I can't be everywhere at once. No one else ever steps up. How many of these sound familiar? A whole bunch, all of them. I love it. But did you notice the language of ultimates? Never, always, nobody, everyone. Have you ever maybe took a moment to reflect when you're talking sometimes, like especially in a conflict, like let's just say with your spouse, right? You never empty the dishwasher, and they're like, well, yeah, like 10 years ago I did once, right? We can't speak in ultimates. It's hard though. I'll be honest. I'll just be vulnerable. I tried to speak in, not speaking in ultimates. I'm like, oh, I guess I do that more than I should. Okay. Time for growth, right? No comfort in, what do we say? No comfort in?
No comfort in the roadstone and no growth in your comfort.
That's right. Very good. Yep. All right. Sadly, these negative mindsets then turn into repetitive dances. And then what happens? We're on that hamster wheel of craziness, right? We're never getting off. We just keep going over and over and over again. We're unhealthy. We have no healthy outcomes. We're unproductive, right? Have you ever felt like you're on that hamster wheel with some students and families? For sure, absolutely. But what would be the productive systems of meaning in practice? So here's kind of the opposite. The student might say, I just haven't mastered this yet. I have had a hard time with this subject in the past. Today I'm going to try harder to collaborate and concentrate and figure this out. I think I will ask a friend for suggestions. A parent might say, the school is calling. I wonder what they want to talk about. Maybe if we made some of those nice phone calls, we might get parents to, have that thought when they see the school's number pop up, right? This is a new teacher. I will try to be more positive. I will go to the conference and see what they have to say. Those are positive, productive systems of meaning. Teacher. I know others have struggled with this student in the past. My goal is to give this student a clean slate. My administrator obviously sees some strength in my ability to work with tough nuggets. That said, I need to find time to meet and ask for support. I'm a good teacher, and I know I am working hard for my students. All kids are awesome and worthy of an education. Is there something I haven't tried yet that might work? So maybe asking some of those questions. Hey, can I try something different maybe? Support staff, a productive systems of meaning might look like this. I think I'll leave a note or send an email asking if there's anything I can do to support this student better. I can find 3 nice things to say to kids today at recess. The more I respect and show genuine care for our kids, the more they'll reciprocate. And a leader might say, this teacher is really struggling this year. I need to reach out and see if there's something I can do to support him or her. Is there a different approach I can take with this family? Going back to remember our negative, systems of impact. I'm the ultimate role model for others. I need to display the attitude and work ethic I expect from everyone else. And I think we can even put that in our classrooms, right, as the teacher, for sure. These statements are sure different. They sound different. They feel different. Would you agree with that? How awesome would it be if we could have these thoughts and responses running through our brains? Then we have a different hamster wheel going, right? A hamster wheel of generating that positivity and productivity that we so desire to have in our classrooms. How often, though, do we find two non-stressed brains come together? Think about it, right? Probably not very often and hardly ever. So when we're in our stressed brains, go back to those negative statements that we just read. That's typically what we are going to find. So when we are stressed, we access those negative systems of meaning. When you are communicating, a few things that we need to remember, and I love this, and I use Smokey Bear because he says, only you, what can, yes, again, only you. What can you control when you're communicating with parents, administrators, support staff, other teachers, students? You can control your mindset. You can control your comments. And sometimes we just need to just put your hand over your mouth, right? I'll be the first one to admit that. And then we can control our actions. So stay in your upstairs brain, and the positive systems of meaning will continue to run the show. And that is our goal with our systems of meaning. So how are we contributing to the problem then? And you might be going, who, me? I don't contribute to the problem. Well, yes, you do. I'm sorry to share that with you. Kristen challenges us that when we are learning about our systems of meaning, we have to reflect on how we may be contributing to the issue. Here are a few key ideas to look at. Our bias and belief sets can influence responses. Our systems of meaning also influence whom and what we notice, what we focus on, how we interpret information. If you're always focusing with someone on what they're doing wrong, you will continue to see what they're doing wrong. If you focus on what they're doing right, you will continue to see what they're doing right. Doesn't mean you're ignoring what needs to be corrected or addressed. It's just your mindset. You're shifting your focus. So 2 questions. Could we inadvertently be seeing problems that aren't as significant as we believe? And could we be projecting our expectations onto others and assuming their behavior confirms our beliefs? One of the examples that Kristen shares in the book on this topic of how are we kind of maybe sometimes provoking situations, and this one I'll admit kind of challenged me because her example, I get it. I'm just prefacing this with it. I want to know what your thoughts are. She says as a woman, we're taught don't go in a dark alley by yourself, right? I think anybody, it's not wise. I used to go to Chicago a lot from northern Indiana. It was common sense. You walk with buddies in the parking garage and you don't go in the dark alley by yourself. And so her example is, though, when you're going down that dark alley, we're told not to do that because we will meet a stranger and that stranger is automatically bad. We are trained to think that, right? That person, if you're in a dark alley, they're up to no good. When really that person could be just passing through like you are. So sometimes our body language could change, or we might feel compelled or emboldened to say something right to that person because we're automatically thinking that they're bad. And we're just doing it as a safety, right, to protect ourselves, but yet it kind of provokes an exchange. So it's interesting because I like to think of some other examples, maybe examples in our classroom. We have a kid with a hood up in our classroom. We might assume what? What?
Bad haircut.
Well, okay, that's where, bad haircut. But, I dealt with kids and worked with kids in the classroom that were part of gangs. I was always looking for bandanas. I was looking for, what color sweatshirt, all these different things. Do they have their hood up a certain way? Was it a signal for something? I had to watch out for those things. But I really like your example because sometimes it would be, I'm cold, I had a really bad haircut that I don't want to show all my friends, right? So sometimes we have to think about our systems of meaning and how they impact us, especially if it's something that puts us into that stressed state. So building self-awareness, that is key. That is how we combat these negative systems of meaning. When we build our self-awareness, that's where we can begin to stay in a regulated state, and that's what's important. So what we're going to do is I want you to go to page 43, and this is a one-on-one reflection. I'm going to give you about 3 minutes. So share with your buddy your book. And on page 43, you have a whole list there of characteristics. I want you to read through the list. I want you to ask yourself the question, what is my comfort level with a person who is of a different racial, ethnic, or cultural group? Again, this is a personal reflection. What is my comfort level with a person who struggles with you because you are from a different background? What's your comfort level with a person who believes you are incompetent? This is going to challenge your thinking on numerous items here. So go ahead and read those. And again, this is a personal reflection. Going to be, I am. I'm going to cut out a break, and I'm going to, and I cut out a couple stories in the second pillar along the way, so I think we should be okay to get done at noon.
I noticed people are just going to the bathroom as they
Yeah,
need, so
right.
I don't know
So
if
I'm
you
not
said
going to,
that, but I would just,
yeah. So I'm going to just, because I had one more break in here in a little bit, but I'm not going to do that. We'll just keep on charging.
we had that little activity. I've done the flippers, right? I saw that.
I have one more Plickers coming up.
Okay. And then the poll everywhere, Judy's going to come back over, and if we have time, we're going to do that. If not, we're just going to scrap it.
Okay. I'll probably be just a little bit over 12. We'll see.
It's fine because
But if I
remember,
have
gave us
to-
till 12:30, I'm only really going to take 5 minutes
Okay.
to tell about the breakouts.
Okay.
We, if you're
Because I just have these two.
20, I'm not going to do the poll everywhere, and you do that if you want to.
Okay. So then I'll show my videos then. I have 15 minutes of videos.
I'm going to
Okay.
tell you, like, I'd rather do you than that stupid poll everywhere thing. We could do tomorrow. Judy's just not here, so maybe she can.
Oh, I thought she was in the room.
Not tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So I might not do it. I could ask her if she was going to be doing it.
Okay. All right. All right, one more minute. Finish going through that list. All right, let's bring it back. Now, I just want to share with you, I'm going to keep forging on. I did have one more break built into this, but since we've kind of had a rough go, of getting started. So if you need to get up and use the restroom or grab a snack or something to drink, please feel the freedom to do that.
Is there a ladies' room in the back?
Yes. Yes, go right through the hallway here to the left.
Oh,
Yep.
I forgot our new friends.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
There are snacks in the back.
All right. Reading through that list, and there was a lot there, and I would encourage you to go back to that list, right? Did you notice that each characteristic began with the words a person? I don't think that was the intention, but a person, people. We're all human, right? We can't forget that every interaction and encounter we have with our students, parents, coworkers, anybody is with a person, a human being. A human with families and goals and feelings and experiences that we all could learn from. And I'm just going to say it, we're living in a culture right now that we're forgetting that we are people. You and I might not have the same opinions about things, right? But I could still go have dinner with you and we could talk about our differences, right? And so I'm just going to, I really, when she was talking about this and I read through that list and I thought, wow, there's some on there that, I know kind of I get itchy, right? But it's so true. If we can challenge ourselves to really look at our students, they're a person. They might be little persons, right? We might be taller than them because they're in kindergarten and they've barely been walking the planet for, a whole hand, right? We have to remember that and put every interaction into that context, that we are all human. We're all travelers on this journey together. We may be on different paths and we may have tremendous differences. The one thing that binds us all is our humanity. And that is so true. And if we can remember that in all situations, when you're at an IEP meeting and you're sitting across the table from a parent. I had a parent one time it was an elementary school student, bring her 2 boys that we were meeting about. They had significant disabilities, and she brought both of their pictures from her coffee table or whatever in her home and brought them to our table and set them on our table because she had impacted negative systems of meetings that I just want us all to remember this is what it's about, is my boys. She was a strong advocate. She's a tough cookie, but I always valued her advocacy for her kiddos. So we have to remember we're all in this journey together. So what we're going to do now is we have another Plickers activity. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Back up. Let me make sure I'll come back to that. Okay. So we're going to do another Plickers activity. And how do I get to the next question? Just hit. Oh, you have to do it. Never mind. All right. Which of the 3 lenses that we've just discussed of the ARC framework do you find yourself looking through? No, I probably did that. Do you find yourself looking through when working with student behavior? So think about student behavior. Are you only looking at them through the lens of flight, fight, or freeze, how our brain was trained to respond, or systems of meaning, meaning your systems of meaning being impacted? So pick one and then hold up your card with the corresponding letter. This is so cool. I think principals should use flickers in a staff meeting, right? Was this a good use of your time? Did we get everybody? Yeah. All right, so we're going to show our graph. So of the 3 lenses in the ARC framework in our room here, the majority of you shared that systems of meaning, your systems of meaning sometimes is the lens. And guess what? Good news, that makes you human, right? And the first step is self-discovery and self-awareness. So that's great. How our brain was trained to respond. So looking at behavior through, okay, this is a development thing with the child that has happened to their brain. And then of course that fight or freeze. Very good. Thank you guys. I want to read another story to you from the book. I'm on page 44. Underneath that key idea that we just talked about, we're all travelers on this journey together. I have completed, this is Kristen talking, I have completed countless observations in classrooms and school settings with gifted, caring, and talented professionals. I'm so impressed and humbled by the educators and professionals I've seen mastering their craft. And I've met thousands more dedicated and amazing teachers, administrators, and counselors at conferences and institutes where I've spoken. Even so, some of the best and brightest still have unwittingly made assumptions and let their biases, discomfort, and fear influence their systems of meaning. Here are 2 examples. Not too long ago, Pete and I were leading a workshop together, and in one of the exercises, we asked participants to write 3 things that were currently impeding their ability to feel successful in their work on an index card. Then we silently meandered about the room, reading one another's cards. I came across one that read, "Too many unmedicated ADHD students in my class this year." I remember taking a deep breath and thinking, wow. Reflecting later, I felt concern and sadness for this educator. Truly, this was someone who was feeling stressed and overwhelmed by the behaviors presenting in the classroom. As a result, she accessed a system of meaning that indicated that all disruptive behavior stems from a mental health diagnosis, and the only way to solve that problem is through medication. I then began to wonder how her mindset might be exacerbating the situation. What role was she playing in that scenario, right? So if she only thought disruptive behavior was because of ADHD and the only solution was medication, that leaves you very, very few options, right, to look at things differently. Another time I was observing in an elementary classroom with predominantly white students. Immediately I noticed that all 6 students of color in the class were isolated from their classmates, either working independently or daydreaming. When I met with the teacher later for a consultation, I asked her about the seating arrangement. She expressed frustration at having so many difficult students in her classroom, explaining that her colleagues had warned her about those students. She told me she had tried to incorporate them into groups early in the year, but had to separate them because of their disruptiveness. She was worried that the whole class would fall behind as a result. When she had finished venting, I asked if she realized that all the isolated students were children of color. At first, she became defensive, saying that was a coincidence because I'd established a positive and safe relationship with this teacher and the staff of that building. I asked her to consider our earlier discussions about systems of meaning. Together, we explored the possibility that her classroom environment had been influenced by the adults or her colleagues and her own beliefs and judgments about these 6 students, that as a result, the students' systems of meaning had followed suit. Could it have been that the adults had unconsciously created this new reality? Our discussions led to a powerful team reset that changed the school experience for the staff and for those 6 students. And those are just 2 examples that she highlights, and I think it highlights 2 very real examples that we deal with in our classrooms that we really need to be cognizant of how our systems of meaning have been impacted, right? And how we can do differently and do better with our students because that's important for them. All right, Any questions on systems of meaning? And again, she has tons of examples and things that she talks about with the systems of meaning chapter. I could probably spend another hour talking about it. And so I really encourage you to go back and to read that chapter in the book. All right, last but not least, our third pillar of our nest, when we're building that nest, need versus behavior. Found some cute little pictures here, right? Some kids, their need. What are their needs versus their behavior? Classroom management. How many of you love that word, those two words, classroom management? I don't know, they make me have high blood pressure. But this term kind of maybe brings some impacted systems of meaning for us, right? At best, educators have learned how to de-escalate behaviors, right? Maybe you've gone to some professional developments or some meetings on classroom management, what you can do, or you've met one-on-one with your administrator about some ideas, especially when you're a new teacher. Any teachers in here that have taught less than 3 years? Right? Woo! Yay! Right? They're still surviving. They're just getting into that, you know, that zone, if you will. As educators, like I said, we've had some sort of in-service or training about classroom management. We might have district policies or school policies to address classroom management. At best, we have learned about how to de-escalate, right? Go back to my cough syrup story before, right? The symptom. De-escalation is important. It has its place. But is that just the end all? Then, at the worst, educators have just been left to figure it out. Your classroom, shut the door, figure it out, right? Kristen's key idea here is to challenge our thinking, right? It says, she says, can you imagine how much more enjoyable and liberating our work environments would be if we could effectively manage our students' behaviors? Or better yet, if students could manage their own behavior. Because who manages your behavior? Yeah, but ultimately, at the end of the day, you're in charge of your behavior, right? So wouldn't it be great if our students could manage their own behavior? So let's look at the needs versus behaviors. Understanding behavioral responses, that's where we need to begin. I love this picture, flipping your lid, and that's kind of what Dan Siegel talks about in understanding how that limbic part of the brain works. He talks about it as flipping the lid. So when you're in downstairs brain, think of it like a 2-story house. Everybody on the second story is thrown out the window, right? I just thought it was a great little visual to kind of see that. Triggers are situations that occur that activate that stress response that you see there in the picture. When we experience a trigger, we have a stress response because we go to our downstairs brain. So for example, you have a busy day, excessive demands, unscheduled fire drill happens, horrible parent phone call, Joey's distracted in class, and you correct his behavior by berating him. You might say, stop disrupting the class, Joey. I've had it with your behavior. You just don't listen, do you? How does Joey respond to that? Does he go, oh, I'm sorry, yes, I'll be good? No, he's not going to say. He's going to pick something up, right? Or he might shut down, right? And you can't get any work out of him the rest of the day. That is a stress response. You've got so many things going on and it's kind of bubbling and bubbling and bubbling, right? And you might have had 10 more things happen before you even got to the classroom that morning, right? You got a flat tire, pulled over by a police officer, and they weren't telling you that your driving was great, right? Maybe an argument with your child or spouse or family member. So we all have things that puts us into our stress response. When we're in our stress response, we can't access that upstairs brain. A non-stress state, you're thinking rationally, the day is going as planned. You might have had some chocolate or whatever else might, make you feel a little bit better. We then will remember that Joey doesn't always respond well to strict voices and no options as well. So we might say in this non-stress state, wow, Joey, I sure appreciate your energy today. I'm worried that all this energy is affecting your ability to learn and focus. Would you like to take a quick break back at your desk and find your upstairs brain? Or is there something else you can do to help you get back to learning? Now, you may not use all those wonderful, beautiful words, but I think you can find those right words of like, hey, wait a second. Joey, what's going on here? You know, you're real hyper today. You got lots of energy. What can we do to get ready to learn? So you have to take some of the examples that she gives you and mold them and put them and sprinkle your own flavor on it, right? Because there's no to use. It's you, right? And your relationship with your kids is going to be different than your neighbor and the relationship with his or her students. So understanding those behavioral responses, just like us, our students are no different. When we are in upstairs brain, we can access healthy strategies. Students are able to remember expectations and ask for help in a positive way. When our students are in downstairs brain or they're approaching that downstairs brain, just like us, they become dysregulated. And so I want to read to you on page 50, Pete's practice as our example for this, understanding behavioral responses. I was a principal at 3 different buildings. In each of them, I heard a common refrain from all staff members. Heck, I was guilty of it too before I learned more about trauma-invested practices. It sounded something like this. If I only knew what has happened to this student, I could respond better. And if I knew his story, I could connect with him with the right resource, or connect him with the right resources. There are 2 things about this comment we must address. First, we've talked about the need to create a positive learning environment, or a nest, for all our students, regardless of their background, trauma history, race, socioeconomic status, language proficiency, or any other demographic or circumstantial factor. So why would it be important to know the gruesome details of their traumatic experiences in order to fulfill that charge? Knowing the details is not necessary. And I'll even back up. In Kristen's first book, she talked about how about 10 years ago, it was this, I want to know the story about a student, and we got stuck in the story. And we didn't go further than that. It almost was kind of that time of, okay, poor Joey has a rough home life, or, you know, poor Jennifer, she just, you know, her mom and dad are getting divorced, so we'll just not let her take the science test this Friday. No, we can't lower expectations. We still have to keep them intact. The prevalence of this issue is high. We already know the likelihood, right, 1 in 4 children, that this is affecting our students and our staff. And with staff, when you want to talk about mental illness or mental health, 1 in 5 adults in a given year are at risk of having a mental health disorder that needs some sort of treatment. So having those details won't change their realities. We're in the business of unconditional love and unyielding support. Reminding ourselves of the importance of creating safety for our children and ourselves can lead us to create more positive environments and have greater empathy for what our students may be experiencing, giving us a better handle on what is happening in front of us, no matter what has befallen our kids. Second, and this one gnaws at Pete, he says, is the dangerously powerful belief that I'm not the right resource. I haven't had any training. I don't know about mental health. I don't know what resources to access. I'm not qualified. I don't have the degree. The reality is quite bluntly, you are the resource. Just because somebody else has letters after his or her name, works in a tiny room down the hall, or took some specialized coursework at the university doesn't mean they've got the magic wand. If you tell yourself you're not the right resource, you've started down a path that leads to stress, heartache, frustration, and rifts. Instead, embrace this reality. If you've got kids in your classroom, you're their number 1 resource. You are their leader, right? So long story short, Pete says, we don't need to know students' stories. We don't need the heartbreaking details of their traumatic backgrounds. We don't need a mental health degree or access to a therapist to be a safe person for students. Remember, students are having normal reactions to not okay things. Just because they have experienced a trauma does not mean they are mentally ill or in need of a diagnosis. We need to be careful about making assumptions because they can be detrimental to students' systems of meaning and the pathways those lead them to. What we need is to open our hearts and serve as safe, consistent, predictable, positive adults who can relentlessly and deeply care deeply about the success of our students. So he challenges us to go, wait a second, just because you may not have ESE experience doesn't mean you can't still have a connection in a relationship and be a safe person for a student that maybe has an IEP, or vice versa. Well, I'm an ESE student, I really haven't had. No, you are that student safe person. If you are an adult working in a building with kids, you can build that connection. Will you build a connection with every student in your classroom and building? No, because there just may be some other outliers that contribute to maybe that not being the time for your connection. Don't take it personal, but your goal should always be, and again, trauma-invested practice is finding that caring adult, somebody that that child can connect with, right? I had it all the time when I was a teacher in the classroom. I had students that mom abandoned them. They wanted nothing to do with me. Had nothing to do with me. They just did not want me to intervene or be their teacher, because a female to them represented someone that abandoned them, right? And I was lucky and fortunate enough to work with a male counterpart, and so he had the same issue with some students that dad had abandoned, so they wanted nothing to do with him. So we could kind of work together. You may not have that same kind of luxury in that specific scenario, but find someone that can connect with the youth. That's so, so important. All right, how many of us have heard of ABC, antecedent behavior consequence, right? We've filled out those behavior forms, right? And absolutely, disclaimer, this has its place. I'm not saying that what Kristen is presenting in her book is debunking all of that. It absolutely has its place. And we're going to talk a little bit about this, but we're going to go deeper beyond the antecedent behavior consequence, okay? We know that in theory, this model is founded in common sense. If we can figure out the triggers, alter the environment, we fix the behavior. Done, right? Kristen asks us to go deeper. Ask why behind a student's behavior choices. Consider every behavior as an expression of need. Think about that. Why do we have the phrase hangry if someone's hangry? Because the behavior is hangry, right? What does that look like? We've seen those Snickers commercials, right, where they're, some diva talking and they hand them a Snickers and it's like, okay, come on, Joey, back to reality here. So we have that phrase for a reason. So same thing here. Every behavior is an expression of a need. In education, we get bogged down by the how a student is trying to get the need met and not why the student. Don't get bogged down by the how, look at the why. Yes, we have to address the how. We can't let them pick apart our classrooms, that kind of thing, but we have to go deeper than the ABC. So what does that look like? And again, just to reiterate, every behavior is an expression of need. So let's think about how students get their needs met. Look at page 52 in your book. At the bottom there, we see manipulation. They can be clingy, bossy, dramatic, whiny, prone to negotiating, flighty, aggressive, passive-aggressive, eager to please, right? Can you think, did students' faces like pop up in your head and you're like, oh gosh, I wonder whose class they're in this year, right? So we know that there's lots of ways that students try to get their needs met. When we start to look at the behaviors as a means to an end and attempt to get a need met, then we can respond with more patience and tolerance. So for example, think of your own needs. When you're hungry, what do? You go get a snack, right? If you have to go to the bathroom, what do? You go down the hall to the bathroom, right? If you need to relax, everybody have their go-to thing of how you unwind and relax. Maybe it's take a bath, take a walk, play with your dog, those types of things, right? So we all have needs. Maybe you want to laugh, so your go-to might be a funny movie to watch, right? We meet our own needs. We seek out those opportunities to get our needs met. Our kids are no different. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the 4 areas of need. The first one is emotional need, the need to be regulated and in the upstairs brain. When a student's feeling unsafe or their brains are lacking the ability to return to a regulated state. So you might see a behavior because they have an emotional need. The regulated need, the need to feel connected or belong. Physical need, our basic needs, both physiological and biological. When our students are HALT, I like how Kristen gave this acronym HALT, hungry, angry, lonely, tired. Maybe you could have like a little poster in your room. Are you hungry, angry, lonely, or tired? Other ones could be sick, hot, cold, etc. Control need. I don't think I have to say anything more on this other than this is the need to have a say. I want to be in control. This need is often the greatest trigger for our students and typically results in a power struggle with us. Go back to look at page 52 there, all the common student behavioral descriptors. The first one, manipulation. What need do you think that is? Is this our plickers? Did we do another plickers on this? Yeah, we did. So we're gonna just do really quickly, let me go back to our, sorry, I forgot to add that on my slide, so I apologize. We're gonna actually turn this into a plickers activity. Do you wanna bring that up? And so, do I? We can skip that one, we can go to the next one, that's fine. All right, so we're going to use that figure 3.1 to answer the next 10 questions. You tell me, is it a physical need, an emotional need for control, or relational need? Now, there's no wrong, I mean, there kind of is a wrong or right, but we're not going to get into that. I just want you to identify what you think the need is based on the behaviors presented in figure 3.1. So manipulative, hold up your answer. If a child's being manipulative, what need are they trying to meet? And if you don't want to answer, you don't have to, it's up to you. Is that a physical need, emotional, control, or relational? Well, we're just gauging what you think. And we'll just do a couple of these. We won't do all 10. All right, let's see. So we're going to show the graph here. A lot of, yep, that need for control, definitely. I would definitely agree with that. The manipulative is, now, what are they manipulating for? That could be kind of what takes us into those other needs. Are they manipulating for a snack or to have a one-on-one time with an adult? That could be that relational, so absolutely. Okay, next one. Clingy. If they're clingy, what need are they trying to have met? Oh, she had one over there. We'll get you on the next. It's okay. Emotional need, clingy. What? And then we have relational. Definitely. If a kid's clinging to you, obviously they're needing something to feel connected, which ties into that emotional need as well. A lot of these are kind of intertwined together, so good job. Let's do one more. Bossy. I think the cards are what, $20, and you get.
It was 20. I got the set on Amazon. It's $20 about. But you can print them for free, and then if they did get messed up, you can always reprint them too if
Right,
you wanted
right.
to print your own sets. So
$20 for a set of 40.
for a set of 40.
I mean, that's great. Because then if one messes up, you're not hopefully going to 40 cents if you see it. So you're going to surprise.
So yeah, you could even, could you go in with somebody and split and do 20 and 20 cards?
You could split a set, and then you would only be using those.
To 20, yeah.
It recognizes. So you all have the numbers on them, but they all have the different shapes, and this recognizes what number. So if
Gotcha.
you only had a certain class set, when you go on to build your roster, you assign them a card.
Right.
So that if you're assigning them that card, then.
So if you
that's
split,
how-
you could have 1 through 20 and then 21 through 40. Gotcha.
So you know your kid's number, they know their number, but they're not embarrassed if they chose something wrong because
Whoops.
you're not giving them my number unless I told you. And so anyway.
Very good. So,
Another
oh,
way to answer.
that's good. And that's creating that culture of safety, right? And being,
I think it is. That's
I like
why
it.
I really felt like it.
Yeah, this is awesome. This is great.
I love the immediate feedback too because if I'm wrong, it makes me feel better.
Right.
If I'm not the only one that was wrong. Also,
Right.
if I am the only one that's wrong, maybe I need to check myself and be a little more attentive.
There you go.
We hope that that's the conclusion.
That's what we hope for, right? Absolutely. All right, so so good job, guys. How many of you have thought about that before? Obviously, that there's a need there that needs to be met for a kid when they're acting out in a behavior, right? That sometimes, the traditional method is to come up with a consequence because the hope is if we give them a consequence, we will motivate them to do better, right? To make a different choice or to have a replacement behavior, which is good in theory and makes a lot of sense. This is going deeper. What need is happening? So a couple weeks ago, I was at a family friend's house, and there was a grandma and grandpa there and they had brought their grandchild who was, I think he was 10 or 11. Anyway, he started going to Meltdown City. And the issue was because the grandmother had another child on her lap that was younger. And he did not like it. And so he just starts, and my husband and I, because we both have worked in behavior for quite some time, he doesn't do that anymore, but he did. And so we always talk about that need. And he goes, the need for him was he did not like it that someone was on grandma's lap. He could not handle that. And so he wanted to get his way, right? He wanted to control the situation, but his need was he needed to feel close to grandma. Big picture, found out later, he was going to his mom's that Monday. He lives with grandma and grandpa primarily, but he was going to have visitation with his mom that next Monday for a few days. So right then and there, right, classic example of, and it's hard because you're trying to tease all that out and you're trying to figure it out and how do we build capacity for having that replacement behavior and making different choices and doing things differently and asking for our needs in a healthy way. So that was just one example that just recently I thought, oh wow, I'm getting ready to go speak about this, and that was his need in that moment. So we have to essentially become need sleuths. And I love that saying that Kristen brings into us, but we're gonna meet Charlie first. How many of you remember this video rolling around? Oh. Charlie bit me. Charlie's just living his best life, isn't he? Like, okay. I just thought that was funny. This is really not the Charlie that I'm going to highlight from our book, but when I see that name Charlie, I think of this video. I think actually these kiddos went on like America's Funniest Videos or something like that. My son he used to think this video was so hilarious when he first saw it, and for a whole summer I heard, Charlie bit me. I'm like, if you say it one more time, it's not gonna be able to deal, right? Okay, definitely put me in my downstairs brain. All right, so let's imagine Charlie, cute little baby Charlie now, as a third grader. And on page 54, I'm gonna read about Charlie. He's fictional but realistic. He's a third grade student who struggles with the start of his day. His teacher is starting to feel some anxiety and frustration because Charlie's behavior is so unpredictable. Some days he comes in smiling and ready to work. He is pleasant and kind and a joy to have in class. Other days he comes in scowling and attempts to pick fights with other students. He gets aggressive and will often push or shove a classmate. Occasionally, he comes in and immediately bursts into tears and curls up in a ball under the back desk. The teacher acknowledges that she feels as though she is walking on eggshells and that Charlie is determining the direction the class will go every day. She is at a loss as to what to do with him. How many of you have had Charlies in your classroom? How many of you have felt like Charlie's teacher? Right? So what are your first thoughts about Charlie? And we're going to kind of look at our need sleuthing, right? So if we think about Charlie, we need to think about what need is he trying to get met? So let's become a need sleuth. We're going to put aside the behavior of what he's doing and look at the needs underlying the actions. He's coming in, he's unpredictable, right? The evidence is, or the emotional need is it possible his brain struggles with regulation? The evidence that supports that is that his behaviors are inconsistent. Some days are okay, other days his downstairs brain takes over. Or could it be a relational need? What if Charlie is craving connection? That's why he's coming in some days and like in everybody's face and trying to be in their space because he's wanting to connect. He's just not doing it in a healthy way. Some days he arrives smiling though, which makes you wonder what happened before school, but then when he arrives to class and tries to connect aggressively, what might have also happened before school. Physical need, is there something interfering with Charlie's basic needs? Evidence, on days when Charlie has a good night's sleep and a belly full of upstairs brain, he is good to go. On days when he is tired, stressed, or missed meal times, he is dysregulated or arrives dysregulated. Control need. Does Charlie need a little more predictability? Evidence could be, what environment does he live in? Does he lack control in many areas of his life? When he has a blueprint for the day and it goes according to plan, he is regulated. When the day seems to bring curveball after curveball, he gets thrown off. So that's kind of how we attack looking at what is the need, looking at the evidence, what's going on big picture, what we do know, and then kind of putting it into all four of those boxes. Well, what would be the physical need and what kind of supports that? Because this isn't to simplify behaviors. There's no magic wand, there's no magic pill, there's nothing that we can go, yep, if this, then this, right? We know behavior, and Kristen even outlines that, and I'll probably say it again later tomorrow. Behaviors are complex. Kids are complex. Life is messy, right? And so we know that it's not just going to be a one-size-fits-all, but if we can train our brain to kind of go into detective mode when a kid is presenting their behavior, we will be able to find out what need they are asking to be met and then teach them how to ask for it in a healthy way. That's the ultimate goal, is to, if you need something, say what you need, and let's get to how we can ask that appropriately. Sorry, I didn't change my pages here. So let's give it a try with Charlie. Do you think Charlie has the developmental capacity to tell us which of his needs are not being met? Probably not. But we could open the conversation up with him, right? We could start that conversation. So when should we attempt to engage him in dialogue? Choose one right now and write it down. Pick one and you can write it in your book or on your notes page. What one do you think? A, first thing in the morning when he arrives. B, when he's dysregulated. C, when he's regulated. Or D, never. Just write it down. We're going to go through each of these. Everybody have it written down? All right. The answer is, and it's not A, we're going to go through each of these. First thing in the morning when he arrives so we can direct his day. If you chose A, here's the risk that Kristen says, beware. You run the risk of trying to engage Charlie when things aren't going well and inadvertently exacerbating the problem. So if you, first thing in the morning may not be good. You could kind of fire him up. That would be that trauma-inducing, right? On the spectrum of trauma-savvy practices. If you chose B, I think we all know that that probably would not be a good thing, right? Dysregulation equals downstairs brain, and so that's not a good time to have a discussion. And if I didn't say it before, I'll say it now. When a student's in downstairs brain, the ultimate goal has to be safety. Go back to safety. Once you get them to safety, then they walk up the stairs to the upstairs brain. C, when he's regulated so his upstairs brain is free to process. Yes, Kristen says this is a great idea. Maybe when he's working on something else, you're eating lunch with him, maybe having that one-on-one, capitalize on those moments and make those opportunities to have a discussion. And then D, let's just explore that. Kristen shares that this answer would not give enough credit to Charlie, right, that he's just too young, and so we should just observe and connect with his adults at home. She says that Kristen has actually taught the upstairs and downstairs brain with kids as young as 4. And I'm going to give you an example of how you can do that with your students. Calling the parents, though, and caregivers, in addition to talking to Charlie, would definitely be a great idea. And on page 58, I'm not going to read it to you because of time, but if you want to earmark that or write it down, she gives you an example of how you can talk to Charlie. And that's on page 58. So now let's talk about interventions by need. Emotional need. If your student has that emotional need they're trying to get met, here are a few things. And again, if you think of additional things that you want to add, at the conclusion of this slide, we'll talk about them. Deep breaths would be a great way to get the emotional needs because that helps get us back into upstairs brain. Take a time out or have peace time or a peace corner maybe in your classroom to where students have had some front loading of how do I access the quiet zone or the peace corner to go there and get my emotional needs met. Maybe the student needs a few extra laps around the gym or on the playground to kind of get some energy and wigglies out. A brain break to start the day and maybe also throughout. I thought that was interesting that Kristen offered to do a brain break right at the beginning of the day because it's natural to assume, right, we're just getting our day started. Why do we need a brain break already? Well, that kid could have been on the bus for an hour and a half. He needs a brain break. He's already had to deal with lots of things before he even arrives at school. Using something tactile while he works, so like a stress ball or a fidget. And I did not realize some information behind this is when you're doing that, you're giving your body permission because you're focusing tactily on something, you're giving your body permission to go back and regulate itself. It's just your body naturally does that. So giving him even a worry stone, a fidget, a stress ball, something like that they can do in their hands. Sitting in a special spot in the classroom, maybe they're needing to feel close today or maybe they're needing to feel a little bit far away, meaning they just are feeling like everything's caving in on them, so they might want to sit to the side of the group. That's okay. Listening to music for a period of time to calm, or nature sounds too. I know at Riverside Elementary, last year when I was working with the STP monitor, she got it on Amazon, but it was all these different nature sounds, and it has like a timer on it, and I saw it in action. The student came in, I need this, she went to the beanbag set, listened to it, took a few deep breaths, was ready to go back to her classroom. And you're talking about 10 minutes, right? And the great thing about any strategy is it has a beginning and an end, because the end goal is regulation, back to upstairs brain. Relational need, check and connect before entering class. Student meeting with designated adult at a certain time of day depending on what the need is. So maybe you might have a student for a period of time, they need to check in with an adult that they trust, they have a relationship with. You might have peer buddies, pairing up peers together to maybe eat lunch together or to play at recess together or to do an activity together like a game. of some sort. Lunch buddies as well could be another meeting that relational need, and maybe engaging even a small group of lunch buddies with a few students to do some non-academic activities. Interest-based, of course, things that are going to keep them engaged. Any other ideas that now that you're thinking kind of in the flow of that emotional or relational need that you can think to add? Yes, ma'am.
I've actually had this with a kid, and what we did is he got off the bus, we went into the conference room, and we had to take the chairs down every day, and if they were down, then we had to come up, because we told him that the janitor needed to come clean, so we were helping. So it
Yeah.
gave him a job to do, and he had his own time, so that's what actually we've done.
Yeah, actually enlisting their help so that they feel important. And we're going to get into some of those strategies tomorrow. So great, thank you for sharing that. So kind of really assigning a job to them, helping them feel like they have value for sure. I want to show you a couple of videos now. Yeah, we have time. The first two videos here the first one is mindfulness, using the brain, kind of teaching kids about their brain and flipping their lid and going offline. So I'm going to show that to you. And the second one here is just breathe. I'm going to assign you homework if you want to look up this video about taking a deep breath and using glitter jars. Some of you may have seen that before, so I'm not going to play the second one, but I am going to play the first one for you, okay?
So in this first classroom segment, you're going to actually see the first mindfulness introductory group of children. And it's where we teach them about the brain, we teach them about their smart part, and their lizard brain. We introduce them to Bob, who is our kind of mindfulness mascot. He's kind of the personification of their lizard brain. And so we introduce them to this, and we use the glitter jar as again another way for them to kind of understand what's going to happen as they learn to practice mindfulness. So hello everyone, thank you so much for having us. And we're going to be visiting your class and teaching you about your brain. So you look at your hands, everyone, put your hand in your hand, you have a model of your brain. Your wrist here represents the brain stem. And this is the part of your brain that keeps you breathing and your heart's beating. Thank goodness for this part of the brain, right? Now, if you open up your hands, you put your thumb down in here. This represents the limbic part of the brain, sometimes called a reptilian part of the brain, okay? So this part of the brain is always scanning the environment going, is everything safe? Is anything dangerous out there? Is anything safe? Is everything dangerous out there? And this part of the brain is amazing if ever there is real danger out there, okay? Because this part of the brain can make you run fast, fight strong. You can also freeze if you're scared. You're thinking of deer, you know, remember deer in the headlights, that expression? And so it's very good when we're in dangerous situations, but when we're not, it's not always the most useful. And then we have this part. Put your fingers over your thumb. Now, this is called the prefrontal cortex, and this is the real smart part of the brain. This is where good decisions are, your math, your ability to read. All of that is in this part of the brain. It's the part that helps you sit still in class when you need to sit still in class. And it's the part of you that knows language. It's the part of you that understands what I'm saying right now and that you can follow along. So we call this your smart part. So this is your smart part, and bing, this is your lizard part. And whenever you get really mad, sad, scared, or super excited, your brain, your smart part, can go offline and it goes bing, and you get your lizard part. Okay? But are lizards good at breathing? Did I make good decisions? Yeah. We brought our friend Bob. Now Bob, he's a type of lizard. He's technically a chameleon. And, but Bob, what kind of brain does Bob have, guys? Does he have a smart part? Okay, Bob, let's see if we can do some math. Let's just check this out. So, Bob, what is 2 plus 2? 2 plus 2 is 1,000. You get it right? Yeah. So, yeah. He doesn't have this part of the smart part of the brain, so all he can do is really worry about his safety. You ever looked at a lizard in your backyard? What do? And they run because they're always scared because you're so big. You know, to them you're a big giant monster walking by, right? So that's what they're worried about. They're always worried about safety. So why don't I'm going to show you a little bit more here about how the brain works.
So let's imagine that this is our brain, okay? And when it's nice and calm, and we have our smart parts on, it's easier to think clearly and see clearly, right? You see right through the glass? Sometimes, if we flip our lids, right, and that reactive reptilian part of our brain takes over, and we might get angry or sad or scared, look what happens to your brain. See all the glitter inside there being shaken up? Everything is swirling around really quickly. It's hard to think clearly when your brain is in that state. It's also hard to think clearly. But look what's happening if you just watch. Take a breath. It just takes a little bit of time to be patient and still. The glitter starts to settle. And we can do the same thing with our brains. Just watching and waiting, maybe taking a breath, and our smart thoughts can get back in control. And we can think clearly and see more.
All right, so that just demonstrates to you, right, how you can teach your students about their brains. That's very empowering. I don't care how young or how old they are in your classroom, you can empower them to realize, hey, you know, everybody has this part of their brain, right? And stress can make us go into that downstairs brain. What can I do to get back to a regulated state? And I'm going to show you the Just Breathe, which would be feeding that emotional need, because they kind of, at the end of that first video, that glitter jar, you can use that in your classroom as a calming tool. Again, for elementary, middle, and high school students, I've seen it in all three settings where they have a time either at their desk or a different location to watch all the glitter fall in the jar and take some deep breaths while they're watching it. The number one protective factor for all kids, and this goes back to our relational need, is feeling close to at least one caring adult. Josh Shipp, I had the opportunity to hear him last fall at a trauma conference, and he talks about the power of one caring adult, that every child is one caring adult away from being a success. So that goes back to if your students are craving that relational need, and they all are. We all are wired for relationship, and we're going to talk about relationships tomorrow. But I love what he has to say about the importance of caring for our students.
As a kid, I mastered the art of getting kicked out of foster homes. And the fact of the matter is I trusted no one. And looking back, I guess how could I? From the time my parents left me, to the time another foster kid raped me, to the time I was bullied so bad, I tried to kill myself with a bottle of pills. So I'm sitting in the van, in the driveway of this next home, preparing to meet Rodney and Christine from Yukon, Oklahoma. He looks in my eyes and says, son, you can keep causing problems, you can keep trying to mess up, you can keep pushing us away, you can keep trying to get us to keep you out of here, but you've got to get it through your thick head, son. We don't see you as a problem. We see you as an opportunity. You see, every kid is one caring adult away from being a success. March 2015, Harvard's National Scientific Council on the Developing Child released this study saying, and I quote, every child who winds up doing well has had at least one stable and committed relationship with a supportive adult. My friend and mentor, Reggie Joyner from Atlanta, taught me to think about it this way. In this jar are 936 marbles. Each one of these marbles represents a single week from the birth of a kid until that kid turns 18 years old. You know a 16-year-old? You got 104 marbles remaining. Right here, we are looking at time. In fact, you're looking at all the time or all of the weeks you have left to influence this kid, or this kid before they turn 18 and begin making critical life decisions without your presence. What matters isn't how much time you have left with a particular kid that you care about. What matters is what you do at that time. I mean, consider how many weeks Rodney had left when he bailed me out of jail. I was 6 months away from graduating. 26 weeks to get through my thinking, my bitterness, my anger, my distrust of the to get me to finally accept God. You see, it's not about how much time you have left with that kid you're thinking of. What matters is what we do with that time. If every kid truly is one caring adult, one broadly away from being a success story, then the challenge is this. The difference between a statistic and a success story is you.
So how many weeks did he have with Rodney? 26. How many weeks do you have with your students? Just a few more than that, right? So think about that. What was that? Oh, so think about that. You have just a few more than what Rodney had with him, and look how that impacted Josh's life for the rest of his life. So I show this to you because that relationship need, and we're going to really dive deep into relationships tomorrow, but that it's so true. We don't need to think or have that assumption, well, I only have them for one school year, then they move on to the next teacher. You have them, and so use the time that you have and make it valuable. So let's go to the last two needs, and then we're going to kind of wrap up here. Got about 5 minutes. Physical need, maybe having them lay down for a few minutes. Have a healthy snack. Have a snack bucket in your classroom. Maybe having clean clothes or weather appropriate clothes. If they come to school and maybe they do need their clothes washed. If there's laundry facilities in the school, if you're able to do that. I had one student one time, she disclosed to us that water got turned off, electric got turned off, they were making her move, out, her family move out. We know those stories. And so every day, her first hour class with me in high school was going to the locker room to take a shower, brush your teeth, get breakfast, and I taught her how to do her laundry because she didn't have any way to do that. So we got to build in some skills there and get her day started on a positive note. Maybe even just simply washing hands and face or brushing teeth. Control needs something to count on each day. A specific task, it goes back to that example we had. Something they can do in the morning, maybe a specific job in the classroom, things of that nature. That would also meet that control need as well. By shifting our mindset to look beyond the behavior and focus on the need, we can reinforce to any student that school is safe, is a safe place, predictable place, and that the teacher is someone who understands and consistently wants his or her success. And don't forget that you have needs too. And I said it in the beginning, you have to take care of yourself or you are no good to anybody else around you. So you need to tap out maybe to get help from a colleague if you have that luxury or opportunity. If you become dysregulated, you're human too. Be aware of your triggers. Get a cup of coffee, talk with someone you trust, brainstorm solutions, and take care of you. And stay focused. Ask yourself, what is my role? Who am I working for? And what is about to drive my behavior? Right? So we have to ask ourselves those things. Building the nest, part 1, right? Our 3 pillars that we've gone through a lot of information this morning, and I appreciate your attentiveness and investment in being here. But that culture of safety, systems of meaning, and need versus behavior are the 3 pillars of building that nest for our students. So remember, create a safe nest for students so that they learn and thrive, and when they eventually fly, they soar. Very good. Thank you for letting me be here on day 1. I know we kind of went over my time a little bit. I know.
If we get out on time for lunch, I promise.
Oh, good. Good. Yes. Yes, so go ahead, take it away. You are good.
told you about the breakout, I do want to say the sound, for those of you who are so graciously sitting on our part, it's really good in the room you came from. It's okay if you have friends that are CBS that are in the other room. It's okay. They said it could be louder. So for in the morning, you do what you want. If y'all want to come back in here and kumbaya, we're okay with that. Or if you want to try out your other room and then know that you can come back and forth, we're flexible with whatever you want to do. On the breakout sessions, if you wanted, so here's how we're going to play.
Oh,
I
goodness.
thought about trying to be a control person, because I have those needs myself, and say, these people are going to this class at this time. But then I was like, wait, we're all professionals and adults, and so here's how we're going to play it. You got to pick two. If you don't remember what two, you can come see me, or you can just read it if it's not important to you to go to what you originally said. So either way, I do have a list of what you told me what you wanted. But here's how I want to do it. I'm going to tell you where each breakout will be. And then instead of me trying to control like how many people went to each one at each time, I thought we would just do it like, if there's room in the one you want to go to first, go. If there's not, just skip on over to the other one and hit that one second. So, for example, if you wanted to come in here, which this after you get back from lunch at 1:30, this will be social emotional learning curriculum, SEL curriculum choices. And I'm just going to go over some things that we have in the district, and we can just talk about it. So that will be in this room after lunch at 1:30 and again at 2:30. So come to either one. If you are interested in OT and AT in the classroom, do's, don'ts, questions, answers, all that good stuff, Miss Peacock is going to be in one of the nursing rooms at 12:30 and at 1:30 again. What? Room 109. And we flip-flop this, but look at the signs on the door, and we flip-flop those so she can go ahead and set up for you. So she's got examples, all kind of good stuff in there. And if you didn't choose that one and you want to change your mind, go ahead. If nobody, we were only trying to make sure we were prepared space-wise. And we know we're not really prepared space-wise for anything. And then the FBA, VIP, data collection, talking through all of that will be Matt Alford, the behavior analyst for the Walton area. He will also be in the nursing building, and he will be at 1:30 and 2:30. So those are your choices for breakouts, and I think that you guys initialed when you came in for the lunch spot, so don't worry about it. If you need to sign in again, we're going to leave them here, but I think everyone is signed in. And then I just had some quick questions just for me. We were going to do something really neat called Poll Everywhere, but because of time and I really want to get you out for lunch in 4 minutes, I'm just going to ask you these questions. And Miss Cassidy in the live stream room, if you just want to take a mental note of the answers for this, I'm just kind of curious. How many of you, and just we're going to do a raise of hands, but I want to tell you this technology Poll Everywhere, Miss Williams, has Poll Everywhere, Poll Anywhere, what is it? Poll Everywhere. You want to tell them it's free?
It is free. It does limit your responses, but it's great for a classroom. It's super easy to go online, create an account, and you can do quizzes, tests, whatever, or just basic survey questions. It is polleverywhere.com. It's super easy to figure out. You type in your question, you type in your responses. If it's in a classroom, you can actually have students use, if they're allowed to have their cell phones, they can respond via text, or if they have laptops, Chromebooks, they can respond via those devices as well. And normally when it's live, it will give you like an automatic update of the responses. This one's not live, so that's why you're just going to raise your hand. But in the classroom, if it was live, you would actually
Just like Clicker.
Yes, it would be, yeah, very
But
similar.
without the card, so if you had a classroom, like I know we had some high school people signed up, it might be easier just to use your devices and let them text the answers. Because my understanding Okay. And how many people worked with one of us last year or something? Okay, good. Last question. How many people are here with your team? So that means there's more than one of you that work together every day or most every day that are here. So a little group here. Oh, a lot of them. Okay, because listen, obviously if all of you don't give up on us and you come back next year and you don't send out the craziest mess I've ever been to, then if we're going to have a big crowd next year, we need to know, do we want to do a North End, a South End? Do we want to do something for parents, something for teachers? North End, South End? Okay. That was the reason for this question. If I didn't have any teams here together, we could think about doing something more specific for parents and teachers. But I like the team idea. I think y'all need to be here together. That is all. Okay, you come back to whatever classroom you're going to do for your first breakout at 1:30.